Capture specific window.
Forward and back, and they go forward and back, and they go forward and back, and then one foot forward.
All right, I'm going to go take a pee break and go get food because I'm starving. So enjoy the soothing sounds of TWRP and the adorableness that is Best Girl Diva. I will be right back.
It's a beautiful evening here as we get ready to start the race. The drivers are at the line and it looks like we're almost set. Racers, start your engines. Go! This driver is out for blood.
in his garage.
All right.
Oh no, they're pretty small.
All right.
Bigger.
Stop.
Forward and back, and they go forward and back.
This
and they go
fucking guy.
forward and back, and go 1 foot forward, forward and back, and they go forward and back. They go forward and back, and then 1 foot forward.
Fucking guy.
You
Hold on, let me. Okay, Twitch is working now on this.
Like 2 minutes.
See. Shire.
We've been entertaining your stream with alcoholism.
Incorrect. I had you muted.
Damn it.
They were listening to what I like to call funk rock.
You missed. You didn't let us. They didn't listen to our good conversation about how good beer is.
No. They were listening to Tupperware Remix Party.
You should have played forward and back for them.
Idle Shire. To Idleshire. Which I do not remember how to get to.
Idleshire.
There it is. Found it.
Forward and back, and then go forward and back, and then go forward and back, and then 1 foot forward. Grr.
Hmm.
Thick.
Hmm.
Engorged.
Rennie's my favorite. One of the things I love to do to her is like wave at her and like, wave back, bitch!
Does she come around your streams at all?
Mm-mm.
She stops by mine here and there.
I feel disrespected.
She says she's my #1 fan.
Well, fine. I see how it is.
They go forward and back, and they go forward and back. Come on, girl, you know the rest of the lines.
I'm not gonna do it.
You know you want to. Give him a couple minutes, he'll just randomly start singing it.
Fuck off. Joe, I need you to do something for me. Like it's really important.
Is it fucking off?
No, it's fucking off. Could you fuck off?
You can't leave fuck off. Who's echoing? Oh, that's you, girl. You're echoing.
Yeah, it's probably because if I turn my sensitivity down any more than that, then you won't be able to hear me. There's powerful ass headphones. That's all it is.
So why don't you turn off the mic of the headphones and then use your normal mic?
Because that requires me to set up said other mic.
Oh, you don't have it set up. What kind of mic are you using that it sounds this clear?
It's a headset. I don't remember what kind, but it does pretty damn well. Can I afford that? I can. Yeet. Alright, we're getting an armor upgrade. Good shit. And...
You're gonna make your character naked.
no?
Do it. Do it.
Did they not
One
have,
day I might come back to Final Fantasy. One day.
did they have mage armor? What the fuck? Oh, that's right, that's, hold on. Exactly! I agree, Kiltano. Joe, can you fuck off?
What's up, Giraffe?
Said on that note, check your DMs here in a second.
Okay.
Do me a favor and fuck off.
You can't leave fuck off. You bloody wanker. Nice.
All right, I got
Appreciate you,
pants and shirt.
Jordan. Don't send it to Gur. You don't deserve
I already sent it to her like
Yeah.
a long time ago.
it.
What?
Titties.
We don't need to talk about it on stream.
I understand. Whoops. Fuck.
Oh, looks like someone's hosting you.
That's a
Thank you,
mod,
the house.
right?
Shush.
They don't know what we're talking about.
Fine. Everything's fine.
I hate when my computer just pops up notifications like, "Hey, you want to upgrade to this? You want to upgrade to that?" I'm like, "No, leave me alone."
Yeah, everybody's saying, Joe, if you could just feck off, that'd be great. Just kindly feck off. Alright, what do you guys think? This armor, or should I change it back to the Walt Leonhardt outfit?
Tell him to take all his clothes off.
Not a word from your lips.
Sir, do you know how to set up glamour plates?
Yeah, I do. That's why I'm asking people, like, this, or should I change it to Squall? I kind of like the Squall look, so I'm not much for, you know, heavy armor and shit, so we're gonna switch it back to Squall.
Oh, no. You're doing it wrong. That's
Huh?
like the old way of doing glamours. Now you can set up like entire glamour plate sets, like where it saves you on like the number of prisms that you use. See, you know the recommended gear and like the gear set list buttons, the one in the middle.
Yeah. Glamour plate.
Yeah, glamour plate. It's like you can set up like I think it's like 15 different. Yeah, 15 different sets. You have to go to like an inn to set it up.
Gur, put some damn clothes on.
Don't worry about it. Alright. How do I get the R16? Where do I get augmented Shire stuff? From the same chick, isn't it?
I think you have to go outside.
Rafferty, you know?
What?
Where do I get augmented Shire armor?
In Idleshire,
That's where I am.
you have to go to. When I'm done with this cutscene, I'll show you.
Doesn't he have to go outside that big building and then go down the steps? And, like,
Wait, hold on.
There's
Quickly.
like a goblin called like Gear Augmenter, and it's like you have to bring him the armor plus some like special items that you buy from the people who sell the armor.
Yeah, that's the stuff I did. You have to go, you have to turn around, go out of that building, and then when you're going out of that building, go to the right side, like on an angle a little bit, and that's where they are. He's just sitting on the thing, and it'll tell you what items you need.
Yeah, Jill pretty much knows.
Except now you can.
You'll need to buy like gob twine and.
Yeah, but make sure you buy the right ones because they're like two different ones with like slightly different alter
Yeah.
right side here.
I did go to the right.
No, there you go. You're going.
Is it this right here?
You'll see like that smoking thing. You're running the other way. You're delayed, so I can't really. It's hard to tell. No, you're wrong way. Wrong way.
I might as well repair while I'm over here.
Okay, you see where you're repairing right now?
Mm-hmm.
Just turn to the right and go straight. And you'll see like these two dudes at a desk where the smoke is coming up from.
Okay.
One more over.
Okay, gear improvement. Okay.
There you go. Just make sure you memorize exactly which items you need, because in the shop when you buy them, there's like 2 different variations, and one's the wrong one, and they're like they're slightly different wording.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Gob Twine. Where the fuck do I get that?
Back
The people
inside the
who sell
building.
the armor.
Huh?
Back inside the building where you were. Every item sometimes requires different shit, so make sure you get what you need from all of them.
Yeah, Gob Dip.
Yeah, there's different god dips though, so make sure you buy the right one. Like, read the whole thing, what it's called.
Let's see. Gob Twine. Yeah, so a shit ton of Gob Twine is basically. Right! Yeah, Joe, what, you think you're better than me? Cause you're not!
I already did this part.
Yeah, but Gur actually worked to get here.
Uh-huh.
So did I.
You did not. You.
No, you did not.
I worked with money, and that's how I got there. Giltano, I did play a Final Fantasy game. You just never showed up to the street.
Okay, where's the materials and shit? Let's see. Manifesto.
It's one of the things you have to go to like the other. It's one of the sellers.
Midgar, move the fuck out of the way, you little bitch.
What? That's fucking crucial.
Check the middle person.
Yep, there it is. Top join.
It's the second one's down, not those ones. Not that. No, not that one. The other one's down.
Up, too late.
Generations?
That's why I said read the middle word of the ones you need.
I think I got the right one anyway. But whatever, I'll just have to grind a bunch of dungeons and come back here.
Yeah, because you have to read the full thing, not just the ending, because, like I said, there's like multiple variants of Gob Twine.
Yeah, I'll come back here later then.
I did play a Final Fantasy game though, Giltano. I beat the one with what's his name? The dude with the ball. I can't remember his name.
Hiatus.
Is it the one that talks with the island accent?
Yep. 10.
Yeah, I beat 10.
Only one I've ever beaten was Crisis Core. And then I got like 80% through 13.
Yeah, I beat 10 when I was like 12 years old.
Yeah, the first one I beat was 10, and then I got the remakes of like 1, 2, and 4 on the Game Boy, and beat those.
I'm the video game boy. I'm the one who wins.
Imagine loving Final Fantasy 13. Ew.
I liked it. It wasn't that bad.
Everybody point and laugh at Giltano.
Yeah, I liked 13.
I never played any of them besides the 10. That's the only one I beat.
Yeah, 13 was great. I loved it.
I played, what's the one, was it 11 that had Cloud in it?
7.
Oh, that was 7. 11 was the other MMO before 14.
No, I purchased another Final Fantasy after 10 at one point, and it might have
Agreed.
been 12, but like,
Everyone point and laugh at Joe for buying a level 60 rather than actually grinding up like the rest of us.
you're just jealous you couldn't afford it.
I grinded my way up because I wanted to know the story and shit.
Bullshit. You and you knew it was going. You damn liar.
Well, no, that's I only if it didn't if it wasn't voiced, I felt like I didn't need to watch it.
Yeah, sure, because I want to know the story, but I didn't watch it because of that voice acting.
Well, no, like because from what I've seen so far, if it's important, it's voiced.
I mean, he's not wrong, but the non-voice stuff does fill in a lot of details.
If it ain't voiced, I skip it.
And I had two characters. One was to play with you guys at a higher level, and the other one was for the story, which I was gonna play on stream by myself.
I've played Type Zero too. Type Zero is great. I just haven't beaten it.
What I was saying was, I bought a Final Fantasy game after 10, and what happened was, as soon as I started the game, there was like a glitch in the game. This was before it was like online stuff was like really popular, and I fell like through the map to the final boss on the first level of the game, and I kept on dying and repeating and dying and dying and dying, and I got so fucking fed up. I was like, "Fuck this bullshit."
My introduction to Final Fantasy was Kingdom Hearts.
Of course it was. Who are these guys in the black coats? Who is this guy with the giant sword? Who are these people?
My first Final Fantasy was actually 11, which was a strange way to get introduced to the series.
Yeah, as a kid, it was for me. It was Mortal Kombat, Tekken, Crash Bandicoot, Spyro, Croc, occasionally Rayman, not very often. Sonic.
You hate fighting games.
I used to play the shit out of Michael Jackson's Moonwalker.
Of course you did.
What's that supposed to mean? It was a good fucking game.
Moonwalker once.
Like, legit, it's a good fucking platforming game. It's that good.
Yeah, it is a good game.
Matter of fact, I've been meaning to like start learning strats and shit on there and start speedrunning it.
My one of my favorite games as a kid was called B-Boy.
Huh. You guys remember Jet Set Radio Future?
Fuck yeah!
That was my shit, dude.
I love that game.
I think that's a little out of my age bracket.
I think that might have been like one of the first games that I 100%ed.
Yeah, I think that's a little outside my age bracket, but
Yeah, it was early Xbox days.
I was a PlayStation person.
Same, so was I, but my stepbrother had a Xbox, so that's where I played it.
I didn't get
Play any of the other Smilebit games on Xbox, Skur?
Mm-mm. I played Jet Set Radio, but that's it.
Yeah, they also had like Panzer Dragoon Orta, which is fucking amazing, and then also Gun Valkyrie.
I've heard of Gun Valkyrie.
Did we
Oh
miss
god.
anything?
It's hard. It's
We
like
would
the
not presume
control
to begin
scheme is
without
hard,
you,
but it's
Ida.
like once you get it down.
Orianger has returned to the waking
Like,
sands,
oh god.
but everyone else is now
Look at
present.
Gur's
You're
character
walking
walking
with
with
controller.
purpose.
Yes, but for what exactly?
Gur's
all
character
have
just
duties
walking
to
into the
attend to,
room like
Alphinaud,
she
so you
owns
may
the place.
dispense
Look at
with
her.
the preamble.
I mean, she kind of does.
Thank you, Isaiah. It is the very
Like, all of
subject
these are my
which
soldiers, bro.
permits
Fuck you thought this was, man.
Though the
They'd all be
warriors of
fucked if it
darkness no
wasn't for
longer
us.
pose a threat,
Mm-hmm.
Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention.
I think I used to have a old school Nintendo too.
To approach each task as we see
Like, I
it.
I was
I fear
Dreamcast
our
and Sega.
effectiveness will ultimately
I
be
had
diminished
Duck
should we
Hunt,
continue to
fucking
drag
Super
ignorance
Mario
into
Brothers. Let me see, what was the other one?
We are
Uh,
the
Zelda,
successor
Metroid.
to Minfidia.
Rolling Thunder, I think it was called.
Not to serve as a fully fledged
Remember that one,
antecedent,
Rafferty? Rolling
but as
Thunder?
a coordinator
Oh.
of operations.
Yeah, I used to have that. Ninja Gaiden.
Oh,
Is
Ninja
that
Gaiden,
all?
that game was
Well,
awesome.
then
Yeah.
the decision seems clear.
Then after that, I upgraded to Sega Genesis.
No one else has shown any
Bro,
enthusiasm.
my
And then,
when I was a kid,
Super
my
Nintendo.
favorite,
Previous meeting, you
then
were the
PlayStation.
perfect
Vector Man?
candidate. You
Yes.
always have a flair for politics.
Vector Man was so good.
Uh huh. Yeah, from
I was a Mortal Kombat kid when I was younger.
yeah,
I love
for,
the old school Mortal Kombats.
like my course of games went Super. It was a NES, Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo, PlayStation, Xbox 360,
required for such an office.
and then PS4.
As I am now.
You never had a
soldier in the
Dreamcast?
field, so to
Nope.
speak.
Oh my
Lot
god,
of
you don't know
people
what you... Dude, Dreamcast was the shit. Even
Should
though it
none of
didn't
our
take
numbers
off,
step
it was
forward?
the shit.
Must
Yeah, I
we
know.
constrain
I've been
some
wondering, like,
movement
when is
to
Sega gonna make
position?
another system?
I think they're out of business.
Well, based on merit
think
Well, no,
they're-
they're still around. It's they merged with Atlas. You know, the people that make Persona and stuff like that.
Let me see. Slaying
Ah.
primals.
So Atlas is basically Sega.
Feeding the orphan poor.
There's no point. There's no competing with the
Thancred
big
makes
three
a
right
good
now.
point. Any who would wear such a mantle would
I
be
mean,
bound
there was
by
a
its
point where Sega
obligations.
was one of the big three.
Have we
Yeah, but they're not gonna
become
knock
sufficiently familiar with each
PlayStation,
other's methods to
Xbox, and
act
Nintendo
without
off
an
anytime
overseer?
soon.
Nope.
At present, I see no cause to so
Especially with the
willingly
Switch and
limit
how
one
it
of
is
our
right
number.
now, they're not gonna compete with that. PlayStation and Xbox are upgrading their fucking consoles to basically be like fucking PCs.
hmm But still,
Forward and back, and they go forward and back, and go forward and back, and then 1 foot forward.
I would so be down for a Dreamcast
Are you
too.
all right?
Dreamcast 2, Crazy Taxi.
Fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried
That was
about.
my shit when I was playing Dreamcast Crazy Taxi.
God, how did... You showed
I remember I had a
Please,
friend who
you
had
have to help
Dreamcast and we'd always play Phantasy Star Online.
Kyle, a hand if you would.
Fantasy
Let us
Star
see
Online, that
about
was my
closing these
favorite shit, but I
wounds.
played it on Xbox, the original.
I played it on Xbox as well. I actually have it now on PC with Blueburst.
Nice.
The
Chun
new,
and I used to play it.
yeah, the
Now,
new.
we stanched the bleeding, but it may be a while
Fantasy,
before you can
said
move
Fantasy
about
Star,
again.
right?
Though having seen
Yeah,
your
Fantasy
wounds, I'm
Star is
surprised you're
coming
still
to
moving
United
at
States
all.
now, so
Phantasy Star Online 2, yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna be playing
Thank
the
you.
shit out of that.
My message. It was too important to delay.
That game
I
was
took
so
the
much
shortest
fun.
route I could, though I knew it was more heavily.
I think it's like
patrolled.
one of the biggest MMORPGs
As
out
you
there
can
right
see,
now.
my
That's not
efforts
an
at evasion
MMO
were
though.
not
It's
entirely
just like an
successful.
online RPG. Kind of like Diablo and Diablo 2 and Diablo 3.
good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half
Really? I
the
thought they labeled it as
Empire to get
MMORPG.
here? You could have
No,
been
because it's not
killed.
massively online. It's like you can only go into instance with
sorry,
like
Ida.
4 people.
I had good reason.
Crash Bash. Hell yeah, dude.
But I imagine
So
your
it's not
friends
an
are wondering who this bloody
massively
mess of a
multiplayer.
Mikote
It's
is.
just a multiplayer
My
online
name is Minago,
RPG.
and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance.
They go forward and back,
I
and
came
they
to
go
warn Ida and
forward
Papa
back,
Limo
and
about
they
one of
go
our
Oh, she's
brothers.
another cat girl like me.
A man
Neat.
who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
I'm just gonna be playing the shit out of Fantasy Star though when it comes to
The
United
Griffin,
States.
you say?
Did Joe? Did I tell you about Blue Protocol? It's coming out.
Blue what?
Blue Protocol. It's a MMO being made by the people who do Tekken and the Tale
He means
series.
to assault Belsar's wall from
No, but
the
that sounds
Alamegan side.
interesting.
Yeah. Graphy, if you're not doing nothing, could you drop him that trailer?
Hope to gain from such
Sure.
an attack.
Yeah,
Oh
that
God,
sounds
you're getting
interesting.
so close to
From what I
Stormblood.
understand, he wants the
Be there
fires of
soon.
war to spread to Eorzea.
I would have already been
And
there,
for
you
that,
know, if the
He
fucking
needs to
Square Enix
control
was
the
a
border with
dick.
Gridania.
The cutscene that's coming up,
So,
like I think you have
he needs
a
to spark a conflict
solo
between the
fight
Alliance
to do before
and the
then, but after
Imperial
that,
forces
oh
stationed
my
in
God, the
Alamigo.
cutscene after that is
To have Eorzea's
crazy.
armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they
You're
will it or
you're
no.
gonna have to let me know when that starts because I want to watch it.
His plan is
Okay.
flawed. Even should
bet
the
Gert
resistance
does.
succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to
Well,
hold it.
you
Imperial
don't understand how
reinforcements would
broken
drive them out
gunbreakers
within a
are.
week.
I don't die. Other people do.
Be that as it may,
It
there
just sounds
was
like you're
even a
not doing your
chance that
job.
this scheme could bring about an escalation
Well,
in
no, like
hostility
in
between
the
Eorzea and
solo
Empire.
duties and shit.
The Alliance must
Like
be
I don't die.
informed.
It's my dumbass teammates that do. And in dungeons,
Agreed.
if I
should
die,
depart
it's
for
because the healer ain't doing their job.
forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral.
But like I'd make
Tancred?
when I play tank, I don't
Aldar is yours.
die. Because gunbreakers can heal themselves. They don't. They're strong, independent tanks who don't need no healer. Great. Like for real, on some real shit. They have a regen and they can. They have an ability they can spam that gives them 1,000 HP each time they use it. Like legit, they don't need a healer.
Yeah, well, I'm a strong, independent healer who don't need no tank.
Tataru, Cryle.
Okay, next time we do a dungeon, I'm not protecting your ass. Let's see what happens to you.
And her wounds closed.
You're talking to a guy who can solo
believe that
like
covers
all
everything.
of the Realm
Let
Reborn
us be about our
extreme
tasks.
primals.
Bro, this game you sent me is a legit ripoff of Sword Art Online.
I suspect the ill tidings
I mean,
from
once again,
the
it's made by
will be held as a turning
the people who
point.
do Tekken and Tails.
The
So the
beginnings
combat
to a
and the
bloody
gameplay is going to be
end.
amazing just on those merits alone.
I'll definitely play it.
Yeah.
The business of
As long as it's,
war
free to
was
play.
Yeah, 'cause-
conducted with the coin
Well,
of
from what I hear, it's
self-sacrifice.
going to be closed beta in Japan for a bit. But like, yeah,
Was Master Louis
I'm looking forward to that.
himself who taught
There's
us
always a
that
way to
such
get
costs
it even if
are
it's
not
only
to
in
be
Japan.
ignored
Mhm.
or denied.
I don't know if your computer could handle it, but mine could.
I mean, my computer can handle most things. Like, it's just it can't handle streaming it.
And
Problem.
so I shall embrace them. When the time
But I
comes,
start this job
I
Tuesday,
will
so
make my choice.
soon I'll have enough money to be able to get a new rig. It's pretty much since I found out I'm gonna be making about 2K a month. I'm just gonna like fuck that computer, that laptop I was looking at. I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
yeah.
Fucking A. Will you
Yeah, I'm just
listen to
gonna-
me now? Please?
No.
Please. I can get you a good deal.
Well, no, it was more money was the issue before.
I know, but I can still get you a good deal and get you a rig that's way stronger than even mine, even the one I'm gonna build. For less money. If you could wait out until Cyber Monday, you can get a fucking godlike PC.
Hmm.
For like cheap.
Somebody help me, please.
No,
Get a good gaming lap.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be a laptop because I'm gonna be spending a lot of my time at work. So like in my downtime and shit, and you know, towards the end of the night, because what I don't get off until 10 p.m. and in most cases, yeah, in most cases I'm gonna just wait the 2 hours because my mom gets off at midnight. So like she might as well just come get me and take me home. So I'm gonna need a laptop to entertain myself.
What time do you go into work?
2 p.m. to 10.
Damn, you're getting a you're gonna be a grown adult now, girl.
I know. But for the orientation period, it's 10 a.m. to I think 2 p.m. or some shit, which is gonna fucking suck because I'm not a morning person.
You're gonna have to be a full adult now. You're gonna have to adult things.
I know. I'm gonna be making nice money though, so it's fine. Ain't got no bills to pay either. Fuck yeah, dude.
I'm about to get my job's about to kick in soon. Basically taking care of my dad from home, getting paid by the government to do so.
Nice,
I'm gonna be making about like $2,500 a month.
nice.
Whoa, some crazy art.
I didn't really pay much attention to Horsefont. I'm sure he was great, but Emmerich and Apano they are exceptions to the elf rule. I will give you that, Durafity.
Spooking guy.
Yeah, I didn't pay much attention to Horsefont though.
You should have though. He was like flirting with you the entire time.
Well, that sounds about right to my personality anyway. I wouldn't have noticed if someone was flirting with me.
Like he was constantly like, "Oh, it's a cold night, and I have a warm fire in my room." And
Yeah, but Emmerich he's more classy about it. He's like, yo, you trying to smash? But like, I'll take you out to dinner and shit first. I feel like Emmerich
would have taken you out to dinner.
Emmerich did, is my point.
Do they do that even if your character's a guy?
I don't know.
Yeah, Horsefont hits on you regardless of if you're a guy or a girl. And the funny thing is, it's like, if you play it in Japanese, it's like even more obvious.
I'm just saying, Emmerich feels like he appreciates you more.
How dare you? Horsefont definitely appreciated you. He appreciated you enough to die for you.
Emmerich has tried to do so many times too.
Not really.
I saw this tweet yesterday. It was like, if you choke your girl during sex and she smiles at you, you have to keep her.
Oof.
She has to ask you to do that before you do it. You can't just pull that out of nowhere.
Not with that attitude.
Oh fuck.
Forward and back, and they go forward and back, and they go forward and back, and they're 1 foot forward.
Having 3 cats sucks.
I bet it does.
Because, like, they go through so much fucking cat litter and so much food. Ridiculous, man.
That's why dogs are better.
We'll take a shit out on the lawn and
You go just take that shit outside, come right back in, and lay down.
Fuck.
Dogs
These
also like to cuddle
illustrations
more.
Are creepy. 'Cause
Well,
they're-
I disagree with that because Sophie follows me literally everywhere I go, and like if I like go sit down on the couch or something, she'll jump in my lap.
Yeah, but can you roughhouse with a cat?
Not particular. Like, what do you mean roughhouse? Like throw them
Like, you
across the
can't-
room and shit.
Yeah! That's blunt.
Grab the cat by the freaking collar. Yeet!
No, like, I like wrestle with my dogs. It's fucking yes, fun. But like you can't really do that with a cat.
I mean, you can kind of wrestle with a cat, but
My favorite breed of cat? Is that what you're asking, General? Favorite breed is probably either like Himalayan or Siamese. I like
You
black
see
cats
those,
too.
You see those people are starting now like own fucking bobcats, even though
Mhm.
they're illegal.
yeah. Dude, I think it would be awesome to have like a mountain lion.
That would be
Which-
interesting.
Eat your ass. Shit, one you go forget to feed it, it's gonna eat you.
Not like a regular cat where like you forget to put out food for it and they just like jump up on your bed and meow at you. It's just like, no, I'll just have you as a snack.
It's like, I'm gonna eat your arm first. Let's see if you notice.
Why gotta be a black cat? I don't know.
That's racist.
You're racist for thinking I'm racist.
I'm calling him racist because saying, why I gotta be black cat? Why I gotta be any color cat? Why can't it just be a cat?
I like cats in general.
Me too.
My mom's allergic, so I can't have any.
Sophie
I
is
like-
a
I like all
tabby,
animals.
and my mom's cat. His name's Tupac.
I even find snakes cool, but I don't like snakes in general. Like I don't want a snake near me, but I would like to learn. One animal I know.
I don't think I can't have a pet that could have the possibility of eating me. No, thank you.
I like snakes. I don't have a problem with them. Like I'd hold a snake, but it's
Look,
like
look,
I wouldn't have
the-
one as a pet. 'Cause it's like they don't.
They don't have us any sense of loyalty is the problem.
Yeah.
Because I
Snakes have
remember
no emotions.
hearing like a story about like some girl that had a pet snake, and like they used to
It
sleep
was
with it
like
every night.
extra to measure. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
It was an old lady.
Yep. It was trying to eat her, and she had it for like 15 years or some shit. Nuts. No sense of loyalty.
Because they're not social creatures. Like, they're born and they're not nurtured by their parents after they're born or at all, so they don't never get attached to like anything else. They're just out for themselves.
Yeah.
Like
I would get like a cheetah or
like-
a jaguar. That'd be cool.
Like,
Raise it as a cub and fuck yeah, dude.
This thing will still eat you. Its instincts will take over eventually.
No, it won't.
Yeah, well,
I've seen videos of people who have like mountain lions and like cheetahs and stuff as pets, and
Hmm.
yeah, but it also
They're
see a bunch of
super
shit-
loyal, man.
There's also people that had those things as pets for like 10 years, and then one day the motherfucker slices their throat open.
It would never be on
a cheetah
purpose.
would be best for that because like cheetahs aren't really strong enough to take down like an adult male human.
Nope. I wish. See, I want to get a black cat and name it Salem. I would totally do so.
No.
Mhm.
Like, I like snakes. I think they're cool, but I would never own one as a pet, and I don't like touching them. And one animal I can't stand in general is spiders. I cannot.
Yeah, fuck spiders, dude.
I don't mind spiders.
Fuck spiders.
Yeah, fuck them. Fuck them all hell.
Like, I have a spider that hangs out like on my window here, so I just leave it be.
That's different.
Well, it depends on the spider too, though.
Oh,
because,
it's indoors.
Different.
like, if it's a basic common house spider, whatever. But I had poisonous spiders in my house before, and I'm like, yeah, fuck this bullshit.
Yeah, fuck anything that's venomous.
Did they add new Gunbreaker items yet? I don't think they did. They did not. Fuck! There's only one type of weapon for freaking Gunbreakers, and I'm so sad.
Dude, that's what I could never live in, like, Australia.
Oh yeah, fuck that. Huntsman spiders, fucking bird-eating spiders, Goliath spiders, and just... Oh my god.
No,
No.
you see the thing, like, they call it, like, the Great Whitening, like, where all the spider webs just fly through the air and land, and it looks like snow, but it's just spider webs.
Mm-hmm. Fuck that. Fucking flying spiders and spider rain, and... no. Then you got scorpions, snakes.
Everything that can kill you is there. I don't know why, but it is.
You got freaking tarantula hawks, and just... Oh my god.
Yeah, fuck that bullshit. No, thank you.
Joe Rogan actually had a guy from Australia on his podcast once, and he was like, "No, fuck North American animals." He's like, "I'd rather deal with Australian animals."
Why?
You guys have, because he's like, "Yeah, we got small shit that might be like venomous, but it's like, you know how to look out for them." It's like you guys have like fucking moose and bears and bison and shit. They'll just like trample you.
I've never seen a bear in my entire fucking life. I've never been close enough to see a bear.
I've never seen one in the wild, but I've seen.
Yeah, I've never seen one in the wild.
I've seen them in the wild.
I've
before.
never seen.
I went upstate, and they're in our backyard. But they fucking were just because our backyard was like literally the woods. So they were
Well,
just
like
fucking walking around.
I see deer all the fucking time, but like, I've never seen a bear or a moose or anything.
You know, deer kill more people.
I've seen a
than,
moose.
You know, deer kill more people than fucking anything else.
I guess.
In North America, at least, like hippos
Yeah.
kill the most people.
Yeah, like fucking deer, like will either fucking headbutt you to kill you, kick you to kill you, or you just fucking run into them and have a badass car accident.
Yep. Or like we also have like a lot of the southern states have a lot of
I bid
alligators,
you welcome, my friends.
and then plus we like North America does have
As
a lot
you
of
will by
venomous
now be
snakes.
aware, the
And we have, like,
scions of
black
the
widow
Seventh
spiders
Dawn
and
have
shit.
come into possession of certain intelligence
Did brown recluse?
concerning recent developments in the region of
I think he came
Iavania.
from fucking Australia.
It springs,
I don't
am
think so.
assured,
No,
from an
pretty sure
unimpeachable
black widows are
source.
native to North
Is that
America.
not so, Master Alphino?
I know Florida has a lot of them.
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes
Yeah,
directly
Texas has
from a
scorpions
number of
and
resistance
fucking
inner circles,
brown recluse.
and we have no cause to doubt
No.
its veracity.
rattlesnakes and shit.
I think in New York, all we have is like 2 breeds of poisonous
When the
snakes,
Imperials move to take it back,
and
they will
they
come
live
in
like
force.
really
The
far out
resulting
there,
fighting is all but certain to spill over
like
into the Black
up
Shroud.
way out east to the point where you're in like
At the Battle of Cartano,
like the forest,
the
basically.
combined might of 3
And,
grand companies laboured to
spider-wise,
contend with
we
the
have,
remnants
like,
of but a
brown
single
cruises
Imperial
mainly.
legion.
My uncle got bit by a rattlesnake and he didn't even notice it
Alone,
happen.
Gridania would be
They're
Yeah.
they're out
hard-pressed
hunting
indeed
and
to
it's
hold
like
back the tide.
they got done
Should
with
the
like the walk.
Garleans turn their minds
It's like the
from
way we
reclamation
do our hunts. It's
to
like we'll
invasion.
walk through a field for like a mile. Shit, trying to kick up birds. It's like he got to the end of the walk and he was just like, "Fuck, my leg is killing me."
May
And
I
they
once
looked at
more
it and
convey my
it's just like
nation's
swollen up like
deepest
shit.
regrets
So they had
for
to
our
like drive
inaction in
him
the
back
days
into
prior to
town.
the calamity.
Hmm.
'Tis a
They had to
stain
do
upon
blood
our legend that
tests
I would
and,
fain remove.
By the time they figured out that it was like a rattlesnake, and they gave him the antivenom, like I don't think it did anything.
Elder Seedseer,
Hmm.
I do
Lived, he
hereby
still has
request
his
leave
leg
to
and
deploy a
everything, but-
defensive force
Hmm.
within the borders of Gridania.
Yeah, fuck that
Like,
entirely.
he got bit by a rattlesnake and he was like, "Well, shit." They had no idea what happened to him. It just like all of a sudden his leg was just like swollen as fuck.
Yeah, they have
The
like
German people,
hypodermic
too, would
needles,
join any
and
effort
you
that
don't feel
weakens
it when
our
it goes in.
common
It's
foe.
very quick.
We are
Yeah.
few, but our
He
most
said he didn't
seasoned
hear it
shinobi
rattling or
are
anything,
at
so
your
he probably
disposal.
like stepped on it and it just like freaked out and bit him or something.
Well,
On
at
behalf
some
of my
point in a
people,
rattlesnake's life,
I
they
offer
shed
you
their
my humble
they
thanks.
shed their rattle at some point where
Gridania
their
welcomes
rattle
your
is, and it
assistance.
grows back. So it could have been at that point. He also
It is
went
time
near
we
it.
set our
It went to
contingency
rattle,
plans
but
in
it has
motion.
no rattle,
Is
so he
the
didn't
Alliance
hear it and
agreed?
just struck.
Well, just from knowing like how we hunt and like the pace that we walk,
Then let us make ready for
I'm
war.
sure the rattlesnake didn't even
Victory favors
know
the
he was
swift.
coming up on it until he was like
There is
stepped
much
on
to
it
be done.
already, and then he just kept walking. So it probably didn't even have time to like rattle.
Like if like when I went like hunting and camping and stuff before when I was younger,
The
my
council
dad's
knows
friend
that
who
Alamigo
always
will not
does,
soon be
he's like,
wrested from
listen,
the
he's
Empire,
like,
and
I
its
wear
decision to bolster the
these
border's
like
defenses
rubber
seems
guard things
eminently
that wrap around
practical.
your
Why
legs
then,
up to
brother,
your
did
knee.
you scowl so?
Oh yeah.
And he's like,
I agree
also,
that they have
haters.
so
chosen
like,
the wisest course available.
he's like, if
Indeed,
like
the
something
only
tries to bite
reasonable
you, that's venomous, it's not gonna get you because we have like cotton mouths and shit like that.
Yet something feels
Hmm.
awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing
What's
he
that
desired?
fucking old melody that
Agreed,
people
Dylan.
say
To
about
hold the
snakes?
wall is doomed
Red
to
the
failure,
yellow, kill a
aye.
fellow.
But
Red
I
the
wonder
black,
if we
safe
have
for Jack.
misjudged the prize for
Yeah.
which he plays.
I'm just
That's
gonna
for,
avoid
like,
all snakes. Thank you.
For like coral snakes and forget the other one. King snakes.
I just don't fuck with snakes. If I see a snake out in the wild in general, I'm like, I'm good, bro. You do you.
Dude, I was out like my ex-girlfriend and I used to do these things called cruises,
Mhm.
where we just drive around like dirt roads out in the middle of nowhere and smoke pot. And we would always come across animals. And I remember one time we came across like a 7-foot long, gosh, what kind of snake was it? I forget now. Fuck.
Was it venomous or was it not?
No, it wasn't venomous.
Burmese python?
No, it wasn't a constrictor. We don't have any of those around here.
Like, water snake?
No, it wasn't a water snake. Fuck.
Garden snake?
No, they
Rat
were
snake?
big. Hold on, I need to look this up.
Yeah, fuck anacondas.
Anaconda snakes. Fuck those. I was watching
Bull
a
snake.
video.
It was a bull snake. The thing is, they kind of look like rattlesnakes, but they're not venomous. It was fucking huge, and I remember I just like parked the car and I ran out and tried to grab it, and my girlfriend's like in the car room and like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Like,
Like fucking like, I just like snakes are just too dangerous in general. Like, fuck that bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't give a fuck. One of those Steve Irwin type people who, like, even if they are dangerous, I'm like, oh, look at this fella.
Look at this fella right here.
Like, there's
like, this is the most. This is the most dangerous wildlife in the nation. This is a rattlesnake. 2 bites from this sucker, and I'm gone. I'm just dead. I'm gonna go poke it with the stick.
Fucking Fluffy, that shit was hilarious. He was like, I remember Fluffy was like, everybody's always saying he's such a loss to the nature community. He's like, no. If you want to know about nature, you watch like Animal Planet, and those science shows about animals. His whole thing was, this right here is an African lion. One mistake and I'm dead. I'm gonna go punt. I'm gonna go touch it.
It's kind of like the Coyote Peterson YouTube channel. Like, you watch it for the, like, this guy's fucking crazy. I would never do some shit like that. Like, if you know it's dangerous, why are you fucking with it?
This is a tarantula hawk. It stings tarantulas and lays its egg inside. I'm gonna let it sting me.
Like, it does these things for fun. And I'm like, no, I'm not gonna let it sting me. It's enough to kill a tarantula. Fuck off. No.
Honestly, I would let all of those things sting me.
Fuck no.
This right here is a bullet ant. Its sting is highly potent, and it's compared to having 100 needles poke you at once. I'm gonna let it sting me.
Would you let an executioner wasp sting you, Rafferty?
Yes.
Why? Hell no.
Just for the experience.
Coyote Peterson was put in the hospital for a fucking week and a half. He fainted immediately after it happened. Like, bro, no.
This man got bit by, I think it's called a Galilamon.
Gila monster? Gila monsters are really, well, yeah, those things are fucking poisonous as shit.
And there's no anti-venom for them.
Nope. But yeah, fuck that.
As you don't go into like anaphylactic shock, you're fine.
Well, no, that he always keeps like a pen and stuff just in case, you know. Yeah, just in case he's allergic. But like the executioner wasp sting, yeah, it fucking knocked him unconscious for like 3 hours.
Remember when he let a fucking lobster bite his snap on his hand and clamp down?
I mean, I understand why he does what he does, so we can know like what the effects of these stings and bites and shit are upon the human body, but still, no, nigga. No, I'm not gonna volunteer to do some shit like that. No. I understand he's got like 1 million subscribers and his videos do pretty damn decent, but ain't no amount of money in the world can prepare me to, you know, want to be paid to put my life in danger like that every day. Fuck no.
Fucking Steve Irwin. This right here is a rattlesnake. One bite and I'm dead. I'm gonna go pick it up.
For no reason.
Oh, she's a beauty. Look at her.
That's a beautiful Sheila over there.
Well, that's like on another one of those cruises I was telling you about with my girlfriend. We found like a huge snapping turtle in the ditch, and I was trying to pick it up, but I just couldn't get like my arms around it to the point where it couldn't bite me. So I was like, ah, fuck it.
It depends on which snapping turtle you get. Some of them have a flexible neck to bite you behind their shell. Some of them don't. Because majority of the time, you're supposed to pick it up right behind the head and grab it inside its shell, and they can't bite you. But there's one of the snapping turtle breeds can actually turn their head like completely upside down and still bite you.
Oh.
I repeat, fuck that.
Yeah, those things snap so hard they can literally bite through what is it called? Fucking steel-toed boot.
There's a fucking species of frog that it's just its skin is so goddamn poisonous that you kill a human.
Poisonous dart frog.
There's tribes that actually catch them and then like wipe their darts on its skin and make them poisonous, and they like hunt monkeys and shit with the darts.
Yeah. Poisonous dart frogs.
Not okay. Just touching the thing can kill you, bruh.
Well, no, not touching it. You have to have an open wound or something like that.
Well, it can still seep through your skin and fuck you up pretty bad.
Like I was just watching this dude who handles like poisonous snakes all the time, and he was picking up a poisonous dart frog, and he was fine, and he was barehanded.
Well, if they're not stressed out, they don't really secrete it as much. If you're like chasing it down and trying to catch it, yeah, they're gonna start sweating that poison
Hey,
out of
Favor.
their skin.
But yeah, fuck that entirely. No, thank you.
You know what sucks? Fucking yellow jackets.
Yeah, those
Wasps
things are
in
bad.
generals are just assholes.
Well, wasps and yellow jackets are different.
I know.
Well, yellow jacket's a type of wasp, but
Like I forgot. I think it's also the killer bee. Killer bee does this too, where they'll sting you, leave an aroma, so the other bees know to sting you,
Mm-hmm.
and that's how people die from them, even if they're not allergic.
Yep.
I was watching. They were testing out a bee suit to see how effective it is. That shit. They were still getting stung through bee suits.
Goddamn. Alright, Baelsar's Wall is what I'm about to do, Rafferty.
oh yeah, it's a dungeon. You want some help?
Sure, let me get out of the queue. I'll actually queue a lot faster if you're with me.
It's a fun dungeon.
Look at Gert needing help.
Well, no, it's more for just queue purposes.
I'm fucking with you.
Because otherwise I'm going to be sitting here a minute, but a tank and a friggin' healer, queuing up together, we're going to get matched fucking instantly.
Forward and back, and then go forward and back, and then go forward and back, and then go 1 foot forward.
Forward and back.
Yeah, after this dungeon is when you get into some really cool cutscenes.
Look at that name right there, Arcana Pendragon.
See what I mean?
See,
Instant.
Instant queue.
Commence.
I would have almost been curious to see if we did an undersized party, if we could have just duoed.
Maybe.
Forward and back, and then go
Oh, looks like everybody's doing this for the first time. Holy shit. Or not, never mind.
gentle.
Don't skip the cutscenes.
I'm tender. So they put fresh meat.
What's
I
up?
have all the hate.
Why do you have all the hate? I'm AoEing the shit out of everything. Oh, that would be why. I forgot to turn on Railguard. That's my B.
Nice job, girl. Nice job.
Well, no, because it should have been on by default. Because before we started the dungeon, I had it on. Why it turned off?
He's dead already. Jesus. You gotta tell everybody that was your fault, Kurt.
This fucking guy.
You suck at taking. Oh, fuck you. Did you further turn it on again?
No, it's on.
I was just holy spamming and I looked down, I'm like, why do I have Hage on every single mob? Like,
That would be why. I forgot to turn on my that ability.
Good job, girl.
Well, no. Once again, it should have been on by default because before we got into the dungeon, it was on, and it's one of those abilities that stays on the entire time. Unless I turn it off, it's supposed to always be on, and I don't know why it was off.
I have all the hate, girl.
No, you don't. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Giraffe. Don't worry about it.
You're also about to die.
No, he's not. He's at full health. I got everything. I'm about to die, though. Giraffe, please.
Let him die. Let him die to Ramsey.
I thought you were an independent gunbreaker. You don't need no healer.
Well, I don't. I don't, but I'm having to AoE everything to keep them on me, so... If it's a one-on-one fight, sure, I can handle... That's what I'm doing.
This guy, if it's a one-on-one fight, yeah, good luck fighting a one-on-one fight in a fucking dungeon.
Ramsey, you should let him die.
This fucking guy.
Are they all going after Giraffe again?
No. They're after me.
So much stuff is happening on this screen at once.
The thing is, it's like, they will go after me immediately because if I regen, then it's his job to get the hit off.
So you telling me Gur's not doing his job?
I was doing my job. Fuck you. Fucking asshole.
Wait for your team, Gur. Gur's just running in aimlessly.
I mean, it ain't my fault they didn't follow. We play Overwatch, Joe. You know this. You play in tank, it's your team's job to follow you in. If they don't, that's their problem.
You're supposed to also rally and wait for them.
Then we're just standing there. That's not my problem. Just bring your ass. I'm in here putting in work.
I can't believe we played the Universe last night. It was fun.
Yeah, that's one of those things where, like, as we said last night, it's one of the things you have to play with friends.
Yeah.
It's a fun game.
No, no. Pay attention to me. Over here. Over here, big boy. Hey. 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 Who the fuck you aiming at? Over here, motherfucker.
I like how I typed in Steam and it said Steam Xenoverse 3.
Oof.
This thing really does not like DPS.
Yeah, it keeps turning away from me for some reason.
It's one of those attacks where it randomly targets people in the party that regardless of aggro.
Yeah, it's definitely randomly doing that. Because it's turning back to me and like after it's done. 'Cause, yeah, that's what it is.
That's why it puts that little target above the DPS's head so that the healer knows who it's targeting. Shit, Gert.
Yeet.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, bitch, yeah!
Yeah. Eat.
Fucking Soldier Boy. Soldier Boy, can I have your autograph? Yeah, bitch, yeah!
Holy spam time!
Come unto me.
You get it?
Come after the pretty kitty. Come get the kitty.
I have hit on like half of them, just pointing that out.
Damn.
Well, they're all scattered as shit, so.
You saying
That holy spam, I love it.
The fuck are y'all still hitting? Everything's dead. Oh, hey, buddy.
Hey, big boys. Ha! I canceled their AoEs. Ha 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 ha.
Nice.
Get out my face, ho!
That is a cool.
I love Foley so much.
I gotta get to Getensho.
Setsuka!
Getsuga! Tensho! Fuck yeah, dude. Bitch, how come I'm not your dance partner? I feel disrespected. Like, bruh. Like, ow, bitch.
We're fine. I put a band-aid on it.
Fine.
mage's damage is so broken. The crazy thing is they buffed our damage. Like, I was expecting a nerf. I was like, yeah, fair enough. Our damage is pretty broken. It's like, no, they didn't nerf it. They buffed it. I was like, okay, I'm fine with this.
Ow.
Easy as pie.
Yeet. We killed it.
Hi there. Yeah, I don't need no tank.
Huh.
No, that person did. I need to unlock Dancer. It looks really fun.
I didn't really like it. Its damage output is shit.
Yeah, but it's a support
It's
class.
yeah, it's more meant to buff everybody else. But like in terms of doing damage by itself, yeah, it's ass.
Yeah, I've noticed that I do more damage than the dancers.
Yep.
Which is sad when the white mage does more damage than class is supposedly DPS support. This is a fun fight.
Neat.
Sloppy. Oh, al amigo.
Hello.
Right, he does a huge AoE where he like jumps back to one side of the stage. You have to follow him because it's like the AoE pretty much covers the rest of the stage except for where he's standing.
Okay.
There it is.
I'm frozen. I can't move.
Sloppy.
I'll tear you limb from limb.
Yeah, 'cause he does that air attack that like stuns you unless you turn away from him.
For al amigo!
The swords. The middle one.
Oh my god, lag. I'm lagging so hard, dude.
Kill the middle sword. Kill the middle sword.
How'd you like this?
Keep me on the chains. Protect the chains, this retreat collar that's on me. Otherwise I'm dead.
Sloppy.
I'll tear you limb from limb. Yeah. Sloppy. For Alamigo! I have you now.
Yeet.
Play in the middle.
How'd you like these? Yeah! Sloppy.
Putting chains on me again.
Sloppy. I'll tear you limb from limb. Yeah. Sloppy. For Alamigo! I have you now. Yeah. How'd you like these?
Somebody just limit break his ass.
There you go.
Jeez. Well, like that could have been over a long time ago. What the fuck were they doing? Yeah, they kill you off as the chosen one. This is where the story begins. Like, nigga, what? That one chick looks like Bayonetta, and I approve.
Sounds right though. This is when shit starts getting good.
2. Alright, cutscene.
Alright, I'm back. I had to find socks. My feet were cold.
Oof.
You've beaten me, aye.
You know what's the worst feeling in the world? Wet socks.
But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
I think Gur's about to get really pissed off here.
Oh!
Why? Is he losing?
We did it! We showed the bastards! Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
You had a cutscene?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I'm watching it. So if anybody's in my stream, sorry about that. I'm watching Gur's stream because he's on some clutch shit.
Streamception.
They die that others may live.
A mech spider? Alright then.
7 hells. Do you hear that?
War machines. How did they get here so quickly? Stand your ground! For the resistance!
Oh, looks like someone's hosting you. Neat.
Save the host direct. With the 1 billion viewers. Oof. Well,
Isn't
shit.
that the spider machine thing from Final Fantasy VII?
I don't know.
I think since
There's nowhere to
7
run.
at some point, yeah.
We're cut off.
It's a flaming soldier.
You dead, girl.
Oof. Goddamn.
That's overkill. Retreat!
Gods help us.
Girl wouldn't have ran from that.
What were we thinking? The Empire.
With that, the way my character's been set up by this point, yeah, I would have tanked the shit out of all of that. But like, is that all you got, motherfucker?
God help us. The Empire's too big. Giggity.
Mighty Rolger. Grant us the strength.
Yeah, Kiltano said that was the beginning boss of Final Fantasy VII.
It was similar, but it wasn't the same.
I have no idea what I'm making for dinner. Oh.
Steak, mashed potatoes, rice.
Yesterday I had egg sausage and cheese sandwiches.
There you are. As you
Steak,
can see, our
mashed potatoes,
infiltrators did
and
not
rice.
elude me for long.
Which I'm probably gonna have the same thing as I had yesterday for dinner. But fine.
What do we do? This is a massacre.
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Ilbird. I should have known.
I'll be right back.
This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Yes, like I said to Rafferty, Alpino, he's fine. He isn't a prick. He gets a pass. He's
You truly are a sheltered child, Leverrier.
Yeah, he's ever since you joined the Scions, he's by your side and like you're like literally your right hand man. So like he's fine.
No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen so inured to the taste of defeat.
The eyes are back.
They no longer
of
balk
course.
at its bitterness,
Yeah.
shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces.
Why does he look
My
like Angelo?
brothers and sisters in Ulm
Don't worry about it, it's
have
fine.
surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's
I feel like he's gonna take
I
out a
doubt
giant
even
sword
those
and
here
go,
now would answer
"Doria!"
my call. Take back our homeland. Free Alamigo. Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
Oh, okay, so Zamasu syndrome. Got it. Look, people will never be good, so I must destroy all people. Make a fuck off.
Even with their
You went through this
breath
once
they
before.
cursed the
Goku beat
Empire.
your ass.
Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Anybody else getting Zombisu flashbacks?
His motivations are more subtle. That his motivation is basically just to dry Orzi on the fire into.
You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power.
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm
Going
of the
for like a Gulf of
calamity
Tonkin
itself.
thing.
Kill them all.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
This motherfucker needs to calm the fuck down. I'll tell you that much. I don't know who the fuck he yelling at.
Yelling at you. You go take it?
Hell nah.
Oh. What was
Oof.
it you kept saying earlier? Sloppy.
Sloppy?
Very sloppy.
They go forward and back, and they go forward and back.
Not sure if stupid or just sacrifice.
Sacrifice.
Yeah, Naika, those are Nidhogg, the douchebag dragon's eyes.
So he was holding eyeballs in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
That's gross.
Yep.
That music. Oh my god.
Yep.
Gur, kill the dragon.
This light, is it?
His death completed the ritual. The
This
primal
light,
is
is
taking
it?
shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
There is one thing.
Yeah, Gur, there must be something you could do.
Stabbing it usually works.
Could you imagine being that asshole in the group that just uses common sense? Like, there gotta be something we could do. Stabbing it usually works.
I'd be that guy in that group. In the group.
Though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was
Like, said we gotta fight Bahamut or something. You're like, what do we do? How do we beat him? Oh, well, stabbing things usually works. Usually things aren't too happy about being stabbed, so let's try that. I mean, you can't argue with that logic.
Stabbing it usually works.
It is time to leave.
Look, that's the entire. That's the entire strategy of just stab it. Maybe it'll work.
No, if you're staying, then so am I.
What's your plan to go into war? I'm gonna just stab stuff.
Anything that moves, I'm gonna stab it.
Pretty much.
Take her! Please, you have to take her!
They go forward and back, and they go forward and back.
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
Oof.
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
Bitch, I'm the warrior motherfucking light. You don't tell me what to do. I'm staying at your side, bitch. Fuck you.
Stay by side, do it.
I did. Fuck you. Nigga! The disrespect! You were the chosen one!
You could have easily jumped off that ship and made it.
Bid thee
Right.
farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
So this little motherfucker's about to take on a giant beast by himself?
Apparently.
Yep.
Well, he's not gonna try to stab it, so.
Yeah, he is.
He's gonna try to stab it with a bunch of ice pillars.
Fucking Kiltano, you were the chosen one to go forward and back. This fucking, this fucking guy.
Well, you gotta go forward to stab it and back to pull it out.
I mean.
That song's just teaching you how to stab things. You gotta go forward and back and then go forward.
This freaking sawing their innards and shit. Damn.
I love how I made that a meme.
Pretty much.
That's some serial killer would sing as he's like gutting you. Go forward and back and then go forward and back.
And then you put the 1 foot forward is placing your foot on their fucking feet so they can't escape. And
That is sick.
You just saw their innards and shit. Oh my god. Gruesome. Let you stay. Nigga, I'm the warrior of light. That motherfucker shot me. I don't want to hear it. Thancred just carried your ass. I got shot. It's that voice, therefore not important. Okay. Okay.
Oh, you're so close to Stormblood.
I think I got a orchestra thingy. Yep, I did. What are these cards for?
What cards?
Okay, I keep getting cards and shit.
Oh, that's for in the gold saucer, like there's a card game.
Hmm.
I don't really get into it, but Chunny loves it.
You were the chosen one! It said that you would go forward, then back, not the other way around! It was said that you would go forward and back, and not back and forward! Oh my god. You underestimate my power! Oh shit.
You underestimate my backward power.
Right. That would be messed up, wouldn't it? You got, like a freaking serial killer or something stabs you, and they just start pulling the knife in and out and in and out to go forward and back. Is that okay?
At that point, I'd be so confused that I'd probably just stop fighting. I'd be like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
I have a process. I'm sorry. I'm OCD and autistic. Leave me alone. That was a short quest. I will take that. Thank you. More music. Thank you.
I think the next thing you have to do is you have to do a solo duty. So you'll need to drop the party with me. And then after that, you get into some real Dragon Ball Z type shit cutscenes.
Hmm.
I'll just leave the party since you'll be having to do that anyways.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Where did my chips go? There it is. Drugs are bad. Enjoy.
Oh, it's this guy.
Is that fucking Raiden? I was about to say.
Good, if you would, good sir. This place. It is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, this here's Vesper Bay, Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes, you're in Eorzea.
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port.
Okay.
Though, 'twould perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Oh my.
You all right?
It's a big oof.
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
Love Goketsu. He's one of my favorite characters in this game.
Kitty.
Where's all the rum gun?
Why is the rum go?
Oofus loading time.
I know, right? That'd be neat. I still haven't seen all the Pirates movies. I've only seen the first one.
Same. I think I saw part of. I don't know if it was the second or the third though, but I didn't see the entire thing.
Hmm.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support
less
of the
than a
Alliance,
lovely get-together
but the
because
situation
Yugiri is...
at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
He hasn't fucked me over yet.
Yet
According
being the
to
key
our
word.
most recent intelligence, the cocoon of
Just
light
wait until you
that
get into
formed in the
Stormblood.
air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon
You'll know what
Y'shtola
I'm
has
talking
confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice
Still gets a kick over the hate boner that I have for her.
And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon, of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Carteneau, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
Oof.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes,
Getting
but for how long?
crucial.
We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Oh lord.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the skies.
Oh, Lord
and would a
almighty.
bothersome gnat.
Jesus.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
Well, typically when I stab people, they don't have stomachs anymore.
pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Who is this man?
Nero. I love you, Nero.
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend.
Oh.
As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Dun dun dun.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartanal since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I'm graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? Why would we trust the word of a man who furnished the Black Wolf with the means to subjugate Eorzea?
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years studying side by side at the academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame?
I mean, considering that is what they always do, that's probably what they're going to do anyway. Just send me in to deal with it. That's about how it always happens.
Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
How bad's the delay?
Imagine how fucked they'd be if you weren't around.
Right.
In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it?
Is the delay bad, or like how long is the delay?
Yeah, it's only like 2 or 3 seconds.
Omega is but a tool.
Oh, neat.
How we choose
Good
to
then.
employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartano while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's
Fuck
proud
you,
slogan?
Oof.
Freedom
Senior
through
standing there
technology.
pisses me off.
Oof.
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
Why does it all fall to me all the goddamn time?
Right?
He makes me grind my teeth is what he does. But I suppose we don't have much of a choice.
Wouldn't be the first person to betray me as such. happens, I'll just kill him. This is what I do. Betray me, I'll kill you.
Would the council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Alagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility
Yeah, that's more accurate.
must remain with the council.
Betray me and I'll stab you. Forward and back. That's my pattern.
Aye. Twould seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Carteneau and take command of Omega. I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Carteneau being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
My blade is yours.
Don't leave that job to Yugiri.
Not a moment's
Can't do anything
hesitation,
right.
eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
Oof. Welcome back.
No spoilers, but you have no idea how many times in Stormblood you're like, damn it, Yugiri, you had one fucking job.
One foot forward, forward and back, and then go forward and back. Go forward and back,
and go one foot forward.
Forward and back, and then go forward and back. Sure, sing along.
I'm not. No.
Why you gotta be a Debbie Downer?
I'm not stopping you.
You gotta sing along. It's sing along time.
No. No.
Listening to crucial plot details.
What? He's gonna win, basically? You don't die in this game? You win? You live? You beat the bad guys?
Oh my God! Something world-shaking event is happening. Well, here you go, cat girl. Do your thing. I've always wondered, what's your strategy for when you go in and fight all these monsters? I don't know. I just stab it a little. I just stab them.
What are we ever gonna do? How are we gonna beat this thing? Stabbing usually works.
I mean, it's the truth.
How will we ever defeat this giant monster? Stab it.
And on the rare times that I'm going to be playing Red Mage, I don't know, toss a few fireballs at it. Light it on fire. That usually, light it on fire. That usually works too.
Light it on fire.
Playing a mage.
Everything.
In fact, playing a Red Mage, you can do both. You can stab it and light it on fire.
Exactly.
Playing a mage. What are we
You
ever
can
gonna
jump
do?
forward and back.
Shoot it.
Light it on fire and stab it.
For me as a white mage, it's like, how are you gonna deal with this? It's like, I don't know, just spam holy.
Just stab it and light it on fire. That's what.
How have we ever beat this beast? I don't know. Shoot it. Stab it. Cast a spell at it. Something. Those things usually work in the past. Why would they work now?
Right.
Like, didn't we just beat this thing not too long ago?
Yeah, just stab it again.
But his eyes grant all the power. What are we ever gonna do? I don't know. Stab it in the eye.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And that's the solution. Stab it. So what have we learned here today, kids? That all your problems in life can be solved by stabbing people. Someone's giving you a lip at the grocery store. Stab them.
Well, what happens if that doesn't work? We'll just stab them some more.
And usually
go forward and back. Go forward and back, and go forward and back. And
like someone being a dick to you, stab them. Bet you they stop.
If that don't work,
stab them again. Light them on fire, and if that don't work, stab them while they're on fire.
Well, you're a gunblade, so you're like, so if stabbing them don't work, then I shoot them.
Uh-huh. Yep, just shoot him in the fucking face. What I do.
Oh, that's fucking funny. Dude, it's just like, dude, that's the most asshole thing to put it. What are we ever gonna do against that beast? Stab it?
I mean,
everybody's just gonna look at you like, really? Like, yeah, stab it.
What if that doesn't work? Well, then I'll shoot it.
If that doesn't work,
they'll light it on fire.
One of these are gonna work. They could obviously be killed. It just came back to life, so it was killed before.
Which means we gotta stab it again, which is...
Bro, who's hyped for Overwatch with swords?
Bruh.
That game has a lot of stabbing.
But yeah, see, I got a gunblade. There's a shotgun right here. Then a sword right here.
I want one of those in real life so bad.
I know, it would be cool.
You can
I have a shotgun with a bayonet on it, but it's not quite the same thing.
I'm going out.
I wonder how much money I'd have to spend to actually get a gunblade.
I don't know. They haven't released any other ones yet. Like, this is the only gunblade you can get at the moment.
No, I meant like a real gunblade.
No, I mean in general, for like in the game. That's the only one you can get.
Oh yeah. I think you have to get quite a bit higher level before you start getting gunblade gear. They haven't really implemented it yet in like the earlier content. It's like I've actually
So these are the
got a
fabled
couple
headquarters of the
gunblades
Scions.
from
I
Shadowbringers
confess I would have
content.
expected an order of
Hmm.
self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's
Yeah,
If you're gonna do tank, I highly recommend it. It is super freaking fun.
yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. I think it'll be my one tank job.
It never ceases to amaze
don't really
me how
do tank.
primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Yeah, I usually do mage, but Gunbringer's fun as hell.
I'll have you know
Oh my
that
god.
Rising Stones
Fun.
is home to the very latest in Magitech.
Throwing around Getsuga shows and shooting people in the face. Stabbing people.
Wedge calls it
All
the
the good
Mark
things in
14
life.
Thermocoil
Mhm.
Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
Hey, Javon.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remain behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Apolimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
odds that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile
Ketsu.
of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker.
Appreciate that, Quan.
Always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Gosetsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea.
I hate her so
I made
much.
port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed
Whatever
stray
shall we
I
do?
was, until
Stab it.
Lord Urianger came to my aid.
Yep. Pretty much.
Please. Please.
Did we get the option to?
Do it for me.
Did we get the option to?
No. Unfortunately.
'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly. But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril.
Forward and
Doma
back and then go
calls her
forward
daughter
and
home.
back and then 1 foot forward.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
Is that an elf chick?
It's a dragon chick.
Dragon chick? Why is
Oh, rough. Kind of like what CL used to be.
You mislay your oath
hot.
during your flight from our homeland.
He is hot, but fuck
The
is
laws
she
of
incompetent.
hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to
That's the
defend
way I
your
like 'em.
master demands
Oof.
the greater.
Just don't have kids with her. Steele and I were having this conversation the other night. I was like, she's the type of mom that would leave her kids in like the car while she went in and do her shopping, and she'd come home, the kids would be dead.
Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying
This
such
is how, like, a
hospitality,
dumb
my master
stupid.
would cut me down at the threshold.
I mean, those horns are a good thing that used to grab.
Right? Just grab it from the back.
I have no idea where CL is.
A crisis threatens all within this realm.
She's
Eorzean
probably
and
hanging out with a
Doman alike,
bridge.
and I go
Most
to play
likely.
my part in its
Flirting
resolution.
with a bridge.
I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
Even if, like, you know, they want to keep that shit private, the fact that she wants his dick is very obvious. Like,
Extremely.
Well, it's not private anymore. You said that shit
well,
live.
even so, like,
It's so obvious. It's so obvious.
it is very
I know
obvious.
it's obvious, but I don't think she wants it out there like that.
It's so obvious, though. Like, listen to those two on stream at any point, and you could just tell.
Why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
That's usually what women do when I come. It's tremble. Tremble.
I got pizza coming.
I'm broke. I can't buy pizza.
Well, my parents wanted something to eat, and I suggested pizza. They're like, all right, let's get pizza.
Okay, that's cute. Cute outfit. Looking like a schoolgirl and shit. That's adorable. I approve.
Gary, is it weird that I say I want to fuck
It's
your
an
character?
adorable outfit.
Wait, what'd you say, Joe?
I said, is it weird that I want to fuck your character?
No, because I do too.
Same here.
Yeah, that's a fucking cute outfit. I like it.
I feel like if your character though came to life, and I had the chance to fuck it, I just wouldn't be able to because I would just picture your voice the whole time. Like,
Oh God.
That's not
God,
okay.
put that image in my head, please.
Fucking just be a horrible experience. Like, God, yes. Ah, God damn it, I fucked it up.
Yeah, Gur, if my character wasn't already married to CL's character, I would totally ship her with your character.
Fuck yeah, dude. Adorable fucking cat girl. Let's go.
Your character though, in some outfits, look like a lesbian.
Whose?
Yours.
Really? Why?
Like, look at the way she looks in those that combat. She looks like she'd be a lesbian. But when she was in the schoolgirl outfit, she looks like she'd be like really straight.
Trying to figure out. I don't want to cast a glamour just yet. Though then again, I can just turn it off.
Set up glamour plates.
Well, I don't have this. I don't even know where to go to do that.
Go to the inn in one of like the major cities.
What's the name of these Scion adventures?
And then the other advantage of that is it clears up your inventory space because you dump your glamour gear that you never use but are just taking up space into the dresser.
Hmm. Okay. Where the fuck did the pants go? Hello?
Who needs pants?
Where the fuck did it go?
Don't do this glamour. Just set up a glamour.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to find it in general, though.
No.
Oh, there it goes.
Forward and back.
Yeah, I'm gonna mix that with the ball jacket. All right. So where am I at the moment?
Your character's part of the itty bitty titty committee.
She actually has the biggest tits to let you have. Which is sad.
It is sad. My character has some rockin' tits. Funny how they do the tits by races. They're like, yeah, elves and rows get the biggest tits, then humans, and then trolls. And
The pizza sounds freaking delicious, man. I think. Hold on, let me get a look. Once it loads in.
Forward and back, and they go forward and back.
Go 1 foot forward.
Yes, I got him to do it.
I'd say those are about maybe a high B.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm in.
I think those are around a C cup.
Let me see. We can check.
He can give you a shout out if you pay him, Quan.
Yeah. Shoutouts cost $15.
Yeah, yeah, those would be about a C.
Let Gur put the price on it.
What's the price for a shout-out?
Give me $1.
How much?
Give me $1.
$1 a shout-out? That's cheap as shit.
Yeah, but at the same time, if people keep constantly donating dollars, like, hey, can I get a shout out? Then it becomes meaningless, and then nobody will ask ever again. That's how you
at
win.
least $5.
All right, where? Yeah, there's no point in shouting people out for what?
Yeah, Gur's not that big.
Well, that and like if I shout you out,
Goddamn, Joe.
if I shout you out, then I gotta shout everybody else out. Then once again, it becomes meaningless. Where's the?
No, it's true though. Gur's not that big. He's like medium sized.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Joe.
Oof. Where's this? Where's the inn?
Pay him $100.
Where's the inn?
The three major cities: Ul'dah, Gridania, and Limsa.
Gur, you missed a great opportunity for that's not what she's.
Oof.
When I said Gur's not that big, you should have been like, that's not what she said.
Well, it isn't. So
I think Ishgard has an in too, but I know how racist you are against elves, so you won't go there.
fuck elves.
See?
Would you fuck an elf girl in real life, though, Gur?
Probably not.
You're a liar.
Are you kidding me? You're a liar. Have you seen my character?
That's a
I
damn
remember
lie.
I sent you those screenshots and you were like, well, damn.
Fucking elves.
Do you know they're actually trying to make an actual Neko person?
That's freakish.
Yeah, Elon Musk is actually funding it. They're in Japan. They're trying to.
Born too soon.
In Japan, they're trying to just mix human DNA with animal DNA, but to make it to a way where you'll function as a normal person, but have traits of that animal.
All right, where am I going, Draft?
Do you know where the bar is? It's like off to the left from when you come out from the Aetheryte.
Mm-hmm.
And then they should be called an innkeep. Then to the right.
Look at that booty move.
It's like where you went to, like when you first started in as adventure to get like all of your.
Oh, I don't even fucking remember where that shit is.
Yeah, you're there. You're there. You were just there. The quicksand.
You're in there.
Oh, Adventurers Guild. Ah, the lie.
Who sings that song actually?
Black Mages, I think. Which is yeah, it's like an actual Final Fantasy. No, not her. You'll see like Innkeep underneath their name.
Okay.
Should be next to her. There you go. Then in this room, there's
Good. Don't be a bitch. Go to Twitch.
Don't be a bitch. Follow me on Twitch.
Exactly. All right, the dresser. Where the fuck's the dresser? Company bed, armory. Not the armory, right?
No, it's the glamour dresser right next to the armory.
Okay. Gotcha.
Keep in mind, it has to be all at 100% condition in order to drop it in there. There is a mender outside.
Okay,
We need to add these stupid glamour dressers to houses. Like, I don't know why they haven't done that yet.
Sign
go on
Adventures
strike.
bottom.
Never play this game until
Give
they
me
do.
orders on the fucking-
Hey, Nerf, have you been stopping by my stream lately?
Not lately, but
You should,
try
dude.
my best to do.
My stream is growing pretty fast. I've been holding a average of 10 to 15 viewers.
Oh, nice. Yeah, when I see you guys online, like, you know, give you guys a lurk just for the views.
See, Durafity is a real friend. He comes by his stream. No, like Gur never stops by.
Nigga, I'm usually in your streams. What do you want from me?
You never talk. You never say hi.
Yeah, and then once you have the set in there, then you hit edit glamour plates, and yeah.
Okay, well, I'll come back to that then. Where's the mender? Just go back outside.
Yeah, just right outside.
Probably gotta put that back on then.
No, you don't need to wear it to mend it.
Go forward and back, and go forward and back, and then go forward and back, and go 1 foot forward.
Are you proud of yourself? This is what you do?
Forward and back, and they go forward and back.
1 foot forward. Might as well repair all my shit anyway.
We need to have a fucking podcast.
That's kind of what this is already, except for there's a visual.
Yeah, make sure you repair everything in the inventory as well.
Kamehameha.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a little bit of setting up to do, but these glamour plates just work so much easier than individually casting glamours on every different individual piece.
Mm-hmm. Outsider jacket. Okay. Oh, fuck. Did it do it right? Okay, yeah. Then what do I do?
You have it all stored up in there already?
I don't have shoes and shit, but...
Well, do you want to wear the shoes and shit?
Look at shoes. Oh my god, shoes.
Shoes.
You did that way too well.
Oh my god, shoes.
Oh my god, yes!
You do that way too fucking well. You're gonna put that man out of a job. Girl, why don't you become a comedian?
I've been writing a set.
Like, you could be a comedian, dude. I don't know why you wouldn't. All you have to do is tell stories of shit happens, and we do enough fucking stupid shit and talk about enough stupid shit that you have plenty of material.
Yeah, I'll read off some of the jokes that I wrote in a second here. Trying to find a decent pair of shoes.
Oh my god, yes!
Oh my god, yes!
Oh my god, yes.
Meh on those shoes. Oh my god, shoes. Dude, these are pink. I could probably change the color of those.
Or does your tail match the carpet?
Yes.
That's hot.
What was Koi saying last night? Super Saiyan 4 hairy balls. Red hairy balls from Super Saiyan 4 Goku.
Yeah. Are you execute? Yes. Oh fuck! No, stop! Get off there. Oh, hold on. Okay. Choose neck. Doesn't really matter. Just doesn't matter. Gloves.
Once you have shit dumped in there, then hit edit glamour plates, and then you can.
Hands. I think I have a pair of Emperor's gloves or something. Who the fuck are those?
Trust me, once you've gotten into setting up a bunch of glamour plates, it'll be really welcome. Like, during the latest patch, they added 5 more plate slots, which is welcome because I had all 10 of mine filled up already, and I needed more.
Oh yeah, Gar, I turned down that offer.
Because glamour is the true end game.
I turned down that offer that dude offered me.
Gotcha. I want like a pair of fingerless gloves. Do I have any of those? I don't.
What was he offering you, like $100 to suck his dick or something?
No. Basically, he wanted me to join his Twitch streaming team for Super Smash, and stop trying to grab that off my desk, Tina. Bad girl.
Those will work. Okay, fingerless gloves. Let's go.
Yeah, he just wanted me to. He said the only thing I need to do is stream on Fridays and Saturdays on his Twitch side, for an hour each day, and I can promote my channel as much as I want, but I gotta just make the arena lobby name his Twitch, and then that kind of stuff. And he's like basically saying, oh, it'll be good to get you more followers. However, it's not like he's that big. He only got like 300 followers, and which my followers are growing really fast anyway, so I don't really need it.
Need better shoes than that.
Sounds like a bad deal.
What's up, Dina? What are you doing, girly? Pretty girl. Ever since I hurt my ankle and I've been having trouble walking, my dog has not left my side.
Well, that's good. How do I take a dye off of a thingy?
You need like turpentine or something.
Okay.
We have tons of dye stored up in the guild vault, by the way. Yo, don't take stuff out of the glamour thing. 'Cause it deletes it.
Oh.
Can't take it out once you put it in.
Okay, so edit glamour plates. Alright.
I'm pretty sure you can still dye it once it's in there. I don't know, I've never actually tried it, but I think you can.
Okay, so now what do I do?
Yeah, you go to each slot and then just drag it in, and then you save the plate.
It won't let me drag it.
Well, should.
Click it and then try to drag it over.
We'll just try to double click it or something, I don't know.
There it goes. Okay, how do I change the color of one of these things while I'm in here? But then again, how do I remove that?
Try right clicking on it. Give you a dye option.
Yeah, there it goes.
Okay, so you can, yeah. I figured they'd let you dye stuff when it's in there. It'd be stupid if they didn't.
Forward and back and forward.
I don't think I have black dye though.
We have some black dye in the black dye in the guild vault.
I'll grab it. Alright. Just hit save. Okay, now I hit C and go to glamour plate, then just hit apply, right?
Yep. And it makes, yeah, the system just makes having like a full glamour set, switching between glamour sets like so much easier.
Well, there we go.
Cool, well now you know how to do that. If you're like me, you'll be using that a lot in the future, so.
Yeah. Where's the guild bank or whatever?
One of our houses? I don't know where it is here in town. Oh, actually, I think if you go to the right, and like into the next zone, the Bazaar Road, I think it's there.
But this way?
Yeah, I think so.
What game is BOTW?
Breath of the Wild.
Breath of the Wild. Okay. Look at Gur picking up on that really fast. Bravo, sir. Bravo.
Well, no, it was kind. I did like a quick process of elimination in my head. I'm like, yeah, probably Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, there should be the guild chest around here somewhere.
Market board.
I think somebody's in my house. I'll be back. I'm gonna go stab him a little bit.
I mean, when in doubt, that's what you got to do, bro. Company chest. Okay, there it is.
Although these days we have access to guns, so I don't know why you'd bother stabbing people. So.
Because it's gonna be the thing they expect the least. Like, think about that. Bringing a knife to a gunfight is fucking genius, dude.
Is it?
They wouldn't expect it. Yeah, we got one black die. I can buy some real quick. It won't kill my pocket. I can do that real quick. Just buy some. Which one of these is dies? Regents. Okay, dies. Suit black. What's that look like? It's not gonna move. Let me see. 99 of them for 800. I'll take it. There we go. I don't like the way it says chocolate brown. That's not okay. Sure, Jake Iron.
Hit too close to home for you?
Yeah, it's not okay. Alright, let me see. Need my... Yeah, those are like dress tennis shoe type of deal. Dry boots. You know, I'll do those. You're fine. Alright, now I need to go back to... Yeah, I'll do this. There you go. Now there's 99 black dyes in there. Oh! 10 bits. Let's see. Go forward and back and forward and back. One foot forward.
Forward and back and forward and back. Forward and back.
I've actually already seen this, Jake Iron. It's actually pretty funny. Unfortunately, I don't think I'd be able to do it on stream because copyright and shit. But I have seen this.
Hello.
Yeah, I have seen this though. It's fucking hilarious. And hi, CL. Pete Holmes, Batman stuff. It's hilarious.
Get into the party, scrubs.
Why though?
Well, fine. I didn't want to play with you anyway. You know how it is.
But why there?
Love you too, Giraffe.
Well, thank you for the bits, Jake Iron. Yeah, I've seen that already, and it's a little too long. Well, I could do a Xeno Reacts of that, because I have Facebook set up for that.
I'm busy watching Gur's stream because he's about to activate Omega.
Oh.
Yeah, he's getting into some crucial shit.
Like, if there's a shorter one, like, I'd say about 2 minutes is the limit I'm willing to do on reactions.
Although he took a time
with,
I was teaching him how to do glamour plates.
Yeah. But, Jake Iron, I'll about 2 minutes is because I remember I'm not lazy. I actually take the time to lip flap my shit. So, like, yeah, don't.
Oh, I'm sure you will. You were just going ham in the bridge stream the other night.
Who?
Was it last night? Rin. She was like the only mod there, and she was just going.
Yeah, but the Pete Holmes Batman videos are freaking hilarious.
Hey, Lux, hello.
Hey, Blaze King, welcome back. Okay. I need to put in back to legs and feet. I'm good, Gabriel. How are you? Strife boots. Where's Strife boots?
Are you still leveling a tank there, Gur?
Yep.
I need to level the tank, not level other classes. Watch
Well,
your
if you
tank.
because Gunbreaker's fucking amazing. What are you doing? Oh.
I was gonna do dailies, but I need to do them on the tank.
Let's see. I can play something else then because I did everything but the trials.
Why am I a cat? Because cats are awesome.
Exactly.
Wait, you're not a bunny girl anymore?
Well, no, I'm a bunny girl in the game. I'm a cat girl outside the game.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Let's see. What's this one?
Pay attention, Giraffe.
He's doing his best. Stop fucking judging him.
Right?
Aren't you, Giraffe?
Confusing.
Thank you for the follow, Ultra Zeno.
Fuck.
Hello, Omi King. Ultra Zeno says hello, everyone. Hey, CL. Gotta do it right. Gotta say hello.
Multitasking. 7 Deadly Schmucks. I've never seen the source material for that.
Just between you.
Yeah, I don't even know the original show, man.
Hello, King. Is mine bigger? I'm bigger than you.
Is it?
Yep.
Is it? I don't think it is.
I think it is. It's
It
taller.
is. It is. We have reversed roles.
I am the tall one.
Where the fuck are those shoes?
Hey, Ohio.
Hello? Yeah, they're
By the
there.
way, did you like my gift to the free company?
Gift to the free company?
The orchestran?
Yeah, and I hate you for it. You know what you did.
I know. It was amazing.
Who's better, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Goku, or Super Saiyan 4? Obviously, Super Saiyan 4.
You were saying that he was disappointed that I wasn't there for it, and I was like, I think it was better that I wasn't there for it, because it caught her more off guard.
It was funny. There we go.
You got good news and bad news. What you want to hear? Surprise me.
Yeah, well, I still have a mount that's bigger than yours.
Fuck your whale.
She knew before I even brought it.
Fuck your whale. Alright, dumb.
Yeah, Jake, I don't know. I'll have to see Seven Deadly Sins. Is it on Netflix? I'm pretty sure it is.
I have drinks up here. Come join me.
But look, there's my new outfit. Got the squall jacket, cute little skirt, freaking thigh-high socks, and a pair of tennis shoes. Looking sexy and fuck yeah. And then, hold on. Here is my Red Mage outfit, which I might as well switch to since we're doing Dungeons with CL. I'm a Harlequin. See? Adorbs.
Why doesn't this channel have 1 million subs? Because it takes a long time to get that many?
Because you need to share with your friends.
That too!
Tell them about CL's channel, and also my channel.
Let's get some shows. Let's get some shows. Oh my god, shows. Shows.
Final Fantasy 14 Online.
That fucking song, man.
Okay, Supersonic. You
I hate myself that I knew what you were talking about as soon as you...
Oh my god, where'd you get that top? Oh my god. 2010, 2011 YouTube, you are my favorite. Now, can I apply this that glamour plate to like anything or?
Well,
honestly,
yeah,
I can't blame you for wanting to, because
So I could. So I could apply that to all my outfits and shit, right?
Yeah, because I think those are not job specific.
So like, so I could put that outfit on my Red Mage then.
Yeah, if it's like the Squalor Lightning stuff, yeah, you can put that to anything. But if it's like a Dark Knight glamour, then no, you couldn't put that to like your Red Mage.
Let me try.
You know what I'm talking about?
Nope, I can't. I can't. Nope.
Who's better out of all of us in Xenoverse 2?
Probably me and Joe. It'd be me or Joe.
That bad.
Yeah, but me and Joe beat you on a consistent basis.
What, do you think you're better than me?
Yes! We are! Ah, fuck. Yeah, see, it fucked my shit up.
Give me the Vegeta. It just does not work without Vegeta's voice.
Wait, think you're better than me?
By the way, Seal, you are a better tank than Gur.
Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck off entirely. It's not my fault that the shit turned off and when it shouldn't have. That was not my fault, Giraffity.
That is your fault.
How is that my... No, okay. You know those abilities where, like, you turn them on and they're supposed to stay on until you turn them off again?
They don't stay on if you enter a dungeon. You have to read.
Yeah, I know that now. I didn't know that at the time.
See? So we ran in, he did a pull, and I did some, like, holy spams, and it's like, I'm like, Gur, all of the mobs are on me.
I'm like, what the fuck? This shit. I was like, what the fuck? They shouldn't be. Like, oh, that's why.
Which comment, Gabriel? You gotta be a little more. Alright, you good to go, Gur?
1 sec. Trying to get. Okay, how do I turn off the glamour plate, Giraffe? Giraffity? Yeah, how do I turn it off?
Why would you want to do that?
Well, because
you have to dispel them or switch glamour plates.
How do I dispel it? Well, no, because I want it off of my Red Mage. I was trying to see if it would apply to it, but it doesn't. So how do I turn it off?
You'd have to like right-click on your gear and then dispel glamour.
The cast glamour. No, that's just casting glamours. It's not.
No, it should give you the option to dispel it if you hit cast glamour.
If I did it through the glamour plate?
Yeah.
Which one of all of you talks?
There should be a way to do it.
I think Gur can talk more than one language.
Can do what?
Marcel goes, which one of y'all talks more languages?
I know.
On the right, remove. There's.
Where?
Alright, so right click on your gear, cast glamour, and then over on the side where it says appearance, up at the top there's a remove.
Okay, let me see.
Because Dark Rose sounds cooler.
Cast glamour.
That comment, Gabriel. I wasn't mad.
Yeah, I speak a little bit of Spanish. I don't see a remove option. Yeah.
Up at the top on the right, remove underneath appearance.
Okay.
On the right side. Yeah, there.
It changed the God damn it. Fuck. Alright.
It removed your die as well.
Yeah. I didn't think it was going to remove my die. Fuck.
I see you, Marcel.
I gotta go back to the company chest. Remove my die. Fuck. Bullshit. It shouldn't have. Why did it?
I don't know. Well, because you remove the glamour, so you're wearing complete. Visually, at least.
Hmm.
Yeah, welcome to the end game, Gur. Glamourine.
Company chest all the way the fuck over there.
It sounds like you need a better job there, Ohio. Walmart sucks.
Oh yeah, Walmart is garbage. I hate working there. I used to, and it fucking sucks. I was doing it at $7.25 an hour. It was not worth it. I just want one. I don't want the entire thing. Give me one.
Hope I get a lot. I'll get more subs. Don't worry.
Ask glamour. Oh, not glamour. I want to diet. Stop it. Stop. Die. And make it black.
Why would I want to do a backflip? What?
You could do a backflip in game.
Stanley's like, Gur did nothing wrong.
Gur never does nothing wrong. Gur's a little angel.
I wouldn't go that far.
Name one thing that I've done wrong. Don't worry, I'll wait.
Against elves.
With justification. Got people the what?
Exactly.
Got
me killed.
That was by complete accident, sir.
It was still your fault, even if it was by accident.
Compared to all the other times you got me killed on purpose, go fuck yourself.
Well, I did nothing wrong. It was on purpose.
Alright, I'm ready. Hey, bits. Let's see. Commence.
Am I able to do a backflip? No, I can't do backflips.
And trying to open up the freaking video. Come on. Fucking hiccups. Let's see. Plan main.
I mean, I'm already closing in on 100K subs, Gabriel. That's actually a huge
Yeah,
milestone.
once again, it's too long. Like I said, about 2 minutes is the longest I'm gonna do. Because once again, I'm not a scrub. I, flip-flop my shit, like, fully.
Yeah, see? And you want me to lip flap 5 to 6 minute videos? You're fucking crazy.
I didn't say you had to do those kinds, but you get what I mean.
But that's why I don't, because all my reactions are usually like 5 minutes or more. Fuck that shit.
I missed my gunbreaker already. You know,
Sorry, that my tank's a little more important.
I don't miss your Gunbreaker. CL doesn't let me die.
motherfucker, it happened one time. And yeah, now he's never gonna let me live it down. It was a legit mistake. I'm sorry. Shit. Well, go fuck yourself.
I should have known better than to try to DPS with tank.
Because after I realized what my mistake was, it never happened again. I don't want to hear that shit happening. Go fuck yourself.
You're not wrong.
Look, I didn't know that it would have turned off my ability by default. Had I known that, I would have turned it on. But
Somebody asked me about my leader.
I know what that's from, but I haven't. Wait, that's some movie with Justin Long. I don't remember the name of it. Accepted. That's it.
There you go.
I had to think for a second. Like, what's the name of that fucking movie? It's been years since I've seen that.
Hello, Seal. Hello. How's it going, dude?
Still out here thinking she's better than us.
Who's the better tank?
I don't know. You're only better because you know the maps. I don't.
CL, buy me Final Fantasy 14.
What's what? My fucking look?
Yes.
Well, almost broke. Not quite broke yet.
I'm broke. Kind of. I have $10.
Hey, Joe, you bought 14 and lost it. Whose fault is that?
Theirs.
Bullshit.
We've been over this. They tried to charge me extra. I told them to go fuck themselves.
You handled it poorly.
They called me a criminal.
I mean, I've been telling you that like for the longest time. And
Shut up, Eric.
Welcome back, Jax.
That's nice. Congrats.
Forward and back. Forward and back.
Dare start with that song.
And go forward.
Would you prefer this one?
Looks like a perfect time for holy.
I'm broke too, guys. I only have like $400 in my bank account, and my bills are coming up.
That's a oof.
Any of us do a Naruto
Believe
voice?
it!
Sasuke! Naruto! Sasuke!
Sel, you stream?
Yeah.
Let me pull up your stream.
Huh?
Let me pull up your stream so I can give you another viewer.
Where's my chicken? What?
Oh!
What does that even mean?
Oh.
I think they're calling you a chicken.
Oh, or are they talking about like the chocobo suit in the game?
You didn't put a link that time, Jake. Oh, okay, there you go. Alright.
Wait, what? You're the kind of person who leaves his family to play Xenoverse.
I fucking hate my family, so that's accurate. Literally the only person in my family I get even remotely along with is my mom. That's it.
I thought you get along with your sister too.
Fuck no, my sister's a cunt.
I hate his sister.
There is nowhere to run.
Am I the only person that loves their family? Gets along with all of them?
My family treats me like shit, dude.
I love my family.
I hate my family. They're assholes.
Yeah, Xenoverse last night was really fun.
Mm-hmm. Corey needs to put together a freaking mod. Well, Tell CL to do her fucking job. I have aggro.
You don't have aggro. He's doing AoEs. You dodge.
Yeah, I messaged the bridge.
I'm not in any fucking things.
Yeah, I messaged the bridge and thanked them for allowing me to join.
Why are you getting? Oh, you're tethered to this stupid turret, Gerd.
Yeah, you gotta kill those.
I need to do everything.
I don't know this dungeon. Leave me alone. Shit.
You didn't know this dungeon. You've done it before.
No, I haven't. Leave me alone. I tanked it.
You gonna let them talk to you like that, girl?
They ain't getting heals next time. When I'm playing Astro or I'm playing fucking tank, I'm not saving shit. Fuck y'all.
I'm a white mage. I don't fucking need your Astro.
Fine, I'll let you die again, motherfucker. Let's go.
I'm an independent white mage. Don't need no fucking.
Right?
I will let you die. Watch me forget to put on fucking Royal Guard again. Let you die.
Exactly. You won't even do it on purpose. You'll just be such a shitty tank that it'll just happen.
This fucking guy. Such a piece of shit. That's why I look cuter than you, bitch.
I just noticed that whenever Seal's around is when I start talking shit to you. It's like otherwise I don't.
I look cuter than you do.
I think he's trying to impress me, girl.
Apparently. I look cuter than you do, Rafferty. Bitch.
You do not.
I do too. I'm a fucking Harlequin. Let's go. I got a cute little skirt and some high knee boots. Fuck you. I'm adorable as shit.
Okay, you might look cuter, but I look sexier.
Imagine two grown men arguing with a computer avatar.
I'm adorable AF.
I mean, you are a cat girl. It's hard to be more adorable than that.
See how you missed it earlier. We were talking about a cutscene.
But Seal agreed with me that I'm sexier.
So you missed it earlier. We were talking about a cutscene where they're like, "Oh my God, the primal came forth. But what are we ever gonna do?" And we're just like, "Damn it!"
Like stabbing it usually works.
This thing is so powerful. What are we gonna do? Damn it!
I mean,
what if that don't work? Set it on fire.
And what if that doesn't work? Stab it while it's on fire.
Stunned right now. God damn it.
Look at Gert not doing his job.
I am doing my job. I'm over here just nuking the ever-living shit out of stuff.
Ow.
I'm eating pizza.
Get in there. Get in there.
I got recorded.
That's just like, wait, you have a masculine voice, but you wear girl clothing.
Yes.
Yes.
No question.
Don't hate me because you hate me.
Don't hate me because I'm beautiful.
Exactly.
Gert's character is shaking her ass right now.
Stop looking at my ass! What you looking at my ass for? Hey, yo, hold this! Hold this! No, you trying to look at my lumps? I take out my G-string to handle mine. I handle mine, dog.
What's up, Quan?
Where's that from?
White chicks.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I haven't seen that movie in so long. Can we have a movie night where we all watch it?
I'm down. Time to nuke everything. Damn! Holy shit! That was a lot of fucking damage. Wow.
That's a whole lot of damage.
I was not expecting it to do that much. Wow. Alright then. Here, buff for everybody. There you go. Damage buff. Enjoy. Fuck it. I got this for you. Hey, yo, kiss my black ass.
You remember the part in White Girls when they're in the car singing one of the songs? Come on with the word. And they're all
Yeah.
like,
Realist, nigga. 50 C in my. 50 I see my nigga. Giraffity, meanwhile, got minus an ass.
What?
You heard me, bitch.
What did you just say?
I said you got minus an ass.
You ain't seen my ass.
I'm looking at it right now. Not much there.
You're streaming right too.
Boy. Wait, that came out wrong. I forgot you're black.
Well, damn.
That's racist.
Oh damn. I gave Giraffity and you too. I got all three of your streams pulled up.
Good shit.
I got an ass. I've sent you the screenshots.
Well, damn.
God, I stopped attacking, but I guess.
That's gonna sound really wrong to a lot of people watching.
I mean, hey, my character is sexy. I'll send screenshots of her to whoever.
No. Somebody's gonna comment
They
here.
gotta pay for it though. You guys don't get it for free, but everyone else has to pay.
Somebody's gonna come into the chat to hear that one line, not know any context, is just gonna hear a grown man saying, "I got an ass. I showed it to you."
My character is bootylicious.
Hey, don't take the racist stuff we say seriously. We're just fucking around.
Holy shit, Black Mage. Oh god, me too.
Half of the stuff doesn't even mean to come out racist, it just happens. I'm gonna be honest, out of all the characters, I think I would Girl's character.
Can any of us do a Kakashi voice?
No.
No.
About the only voice from Naruto I can do is Kiba. That's because it's
Sasuke a little bit.
kinda
You know who can do a really good fucking Sasuke?
Colty. I'm in the middle of a dungeon, Jake. I can't at the moment. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make a glamour to look like Dante from Devil Cry. This is happening.
Good.
I gotta find some red dye and get a fucking trench coat. Fuck are you, Dreadnought? Fuck are you? Oh shit.
Mr. Cat, it's gonna be a big one.
I believe in you. Oh fuck.
If I can fry.
Kill him faster, Giraffe!
I'm trying. I need to stand still when I kill things.
Gert can do a Linda Young Frieza.
Yep.
You mean Grandma Frieza?
Hashtag Grandma Freeze in the chat. We'll take it.
You know what manga is really good? Blue Exorcist.
I've heard good things about it. I watched the anime.
The anime's actually really good too.
The first season of the anime only is canon up to episode 12. After that, it's animated filler that they made, and then the second season picks up where episode 12 leaves off.
I hate that shit.
I mean, they didn't have a choice because the manga wasn't caught up. So.
The author got sick and had to stop for a little bit. That's why.
They did that with Full Metal, and then also like Hellsing and other.
I think he's dead, guys.
Think so?
Hashtag Granny Freaky Pop.
I just got him stoned. He's fine. You get it? Because my offensive spell is stone. Ha 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 ha. Titus, Final Fantasy X.
There you go.
Okay. People are dead.
Did we watch Boruto?
I do.
It sucks, but yes. Manga's way better.
I probably haven't gotten to where it's starting to suck because the English sub so far is pretty good.
It's not even canon, any of the stuff you're seeing in Boruto. That's all filler.
Hmm.
Out of all four of us here, we're in a horror of who's dying first.
Probably CL.
I've been on Durafany.
What?
You're the drunk guy. You
Yeah, but Durafany's obsessed with fucking guns and swords. He has a collection of both.
Exactly. I need to protect myself.
Okay, Jason Voorhees. What is that gonna do?
I don't know. Stab it.
Exactly.
Stab multiple times and walk through it. I think you'll be fine.
Let him on fire, then stab him. Motherfucker, did you stun me? The disrespect!
Can't really do a Mega Man X11 when I don't have it.
There you go. Oh, you guys weren't close enough to receive that buff. Oof.
I think me and Gur would be the last to survive a horror movie. Because we'd be both trying to trip each other to make the other survive.
Well, for me, I'm not going to put myself in a situation where death is an option. So, like, I don't think I would die very quickly.
I think Joe would die first.
Nah.
Out of the entire friend circle, Corey would for sure be the first one dead.
Oh, yeah.
Without question, Corey would be the first to die.
Who is better in a fight between Naruto and Boruto?
Really?
And honestly, it depends on the horror movie because it's like some of them they hate people that own guns and they're like kill them off first.
Okay, if stereotypes didn't exist for horror movies.
Like, remember when we watched Tremors?
Mm-hmm.
It's like the gun guy actually did shit in that movie.
Uh-huh. If this typical horror movie tropes did not exist, who would be the first to die?
Coy.
Yeah, probably Coy. I love that's unanimous.
I think me and Gur would have the same mindset. Like, well, let's get the fuck out of here and leave everybody else behind.
You're right. Like, y'all motherfuckers can go investigate if you want. I'm going this way. Bye.
I wouldn't investigate, but I'd be like, I'm gathering up all the guns in it. Fuck out of here.
No, you'll
Do I watch Attack on Titan? I watched the first season of it.
Oh, fuck.
I did not get out of that.
Well, no, like that. In all fairness, we had to go towards the middle, and this bitch did an AoE towards the middle. Just goddamn it. Can't move fast enough to get out of there.
Benediction.
Nice.
So I gotta go to physical therapy soon.
You have meddled enough.
In the next couple days, I messed up my foot so bad and ankle so bad that I'm having trouble.
Damage buff for everybody. Here you go. Enjoy your damage buff.
Why are motherfuckers still shooting off fireworks? Like it's
Yeah, they're shooting them out Right now outside my house, right here.
No! Oh, I thought that was gonna kill me.
Like, these motherfuckers waiting for fireworks.
To be fair, people should be shooting off fireworks every day, all the time. Just, you know.
Ow.
Fireworks are awesome.
I just don't like them because of my dog mainly, because she freaks out. I hate to see her, like, her ears hurt from the noise.
This guy needs to chill with the fucking AoEs.
Right?
Well, like, I watched the first season of Attack on Titan. It's not really my cup of tea.
I watched the first episode and was bored out of my fucking mind.
Here's how it goes. First season, alright. Second season,
I mean, I can understand it not being your cup of tea, but finding it boring? No.
Like, I tried to watch,
Girl, it's not easily amused.
well, like, it's more, you have a half hour to 15 minutes to get my attention. If you can't do it within that time, I'm not gonna bother. I was bored on...
Guru said My Hero Academia was okay. Meanwhile, it's considered one of the best ever made.
I mean, I don't deny that the writing's really good, but it's not something I put on my priority list of, oh, I need to watch this now.
Season 2's way better, but...
I believe it, but from what I've seen, I'm 13 episodes into it, and it is good, but it's just, it's not something I'm like super like, oh my god, I need to catch this every week.
Exactly, Steve Stock makes a point. It's the first episode, ain't gonna be interesting all the time.
Okay.
Here, everybody have a damage buff. Why are we fucked? I'm fine. Fuck you, AoEs!
I went into the circle when I didn't want to.
Yell was frozen today.
Well, get in them. Get in the thing. Get in the thing.
Oh wait, we're supposed to do that?
Yes. I went in it early.
Piccolo, help.
It's your Zeno of your group. I don't know. Are you the Zeno of our group?
Probably. Zeno.
Who plays Warfare? I don't play it now.
If Guru was Zeno, that means you'd be in charge. If Guru was in charge, we'd all be in charge.
Pro game, it says what happens if Guru beats C3 and
Nigga, I just put one out, what, 2 days ago? Wait until next week, damn! Get off my back! Shit! Well, right, that's what I'm saying, like, fuck, I just put one out! Damn! You gonna have to stop silencing me, bitch. That is getting annoying as fuck.
So, Guru, when are you gonna post the next video?
When am I gonna what?
When are you gonna post your next video?
Well, I have one in reserve at the moment that I still need to edit.
Too bad you can't record Jover.
I could try. Motherfucker. I got silenced and stunned, Giraffe, and it's a bad time.
Hold on, I'll listen to you.
Let him die, Giraffe.
I can heal myself. I ain't even worried about it.
You have to Zuno yourself, though. So good luck healing yourself when you're silent.
Hey, welcome to Twitch there, PK. Welcome to my Twitch stream.
Remember, follow on Twitch. Don't be a bitch.
Exactly. Don't be a bitch. Follow me on Twitch.
Feel free to promote that on my YouTube there, Joe.
What's up?
Feel free to promote that on my YouTube set.
Oh, you're streaming on YouTube too?
Yeah.
Shit, tell me that. I'll go to your YouTube right now. I like to support my friends. Even though they don't
Yeet.
come to my streams.
Hey, congrats, yo.
You know YouTube's been doing that thing again where it unsubscribes you from people?
Oof.
Probably clearing again.
Yours is CL Dark Rose, right?
I see you, Cameron. Yes.
Okay, let me go to your channel right here.
The same with the Whitworths is live.
Did anyone get that Twitter hack from earlier? I didn't, but I've seen a lot of people getting it.
What's he playing? Thief, the Dark Project. Interesting.
Enter Shadow. What's that?
Like, you can't look at her and not say that she's not adorable AF. Just fuck Rafferty for thinking that he even stands a chance.
Hey, I told you that you win the adorable contest, but I win the sexy contest.
There you go, CL. Post right in your YouTube chat.
I don't see it.
You don't see
You
it?
heard me earlier when I said that if I wasn't married to...
You don't see it? It's right below William Flowers.
No, it didn't show up. That's weird.
Yeah, I posted it.
Really? Is that the best Astro gear I have? I really need to level up my Astro.
Final Fantasy 14,
But-
it's amazing, BK. Especially if this new expansion just came out, it's just, I love it. What do you mean it does not meet the requirements for this duty?
Duty.
Oh, that's why you went back to your fucking tank.
Oh, what?
We're still doing dungeons.
Well, I didn't fucking know. I don't know what you're
What do
doing.
you think we just do one dungeon and it's over?
I was hoping.
I don't see any of your messages showing up on your stream from YouTube chat.
Duty.
I see Pro Gaming's message. I don't see yours though.
You have like links like disabled on your side?
Shouldn't be.
Yeah, I'm gonna post it again, see if it pops up.
No worries, Corey. That should always come first.
I need another drink. 1 sec.
Oh my god, nobody cares.
When you die because nobody's healing, you'll...
I'll heal my damn self. I don't need you. It's gonna be like that, you fucking prick.
We'll put that to the test. How about that?
Alright, fine.
See, how do you think this is gonna work out?
Not very well.
Yeah, my message is not coming up.
Yeah, you probably can't do links.
Hey, yeah. Let me see
For
if I
those of
just...
you on the YouTube side who would like to come join the Twitch side, there's my link to my Twitch. A lot better over here.
Don't be a bitch. Come to Twitch.
You can even sub over here with a little bit of money, but you get emotes out of it. I got 2 emotes available.
Hey, let's see if my normal message comes up.
Yeah, you can't post.
It leveled us down to 54. I'm sad now.
Yeah, I think I need to be a mod for letting me post links.
Why is Joe a mod? That's disrespectful.
Because he's usually on my Twitch side, not my YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, makes sense.
Hey!
Oh, we have to kill kitties. I don't like killing kitties.
We have to do it the rap.
But when you are on YouTube though, I do go give you a view over there.
Well, after this, I'm on
I just don't really talk there, but I do give you the view. Don't be a bitch. Follow CL on Twitch.
Hey, Goku Gamer.
So, girl, when do you start?
Tuesday.
Nice.
The fuck keeps poisoning me? God damn it. Sure can stay poisoned.
Well, fuck. Right. The disrespects.
You're the one who said you don't need no white maid.
You did say that.
Fine.
You hate cats. How can you hate cats?
Get out.
Get out of the chat.
My mom hates cats because she's allergic to.
Hey, thanks for the follow.
Just to let you guys know on the YouTube side, these people stream way more on Twitch than they do YouTube.
Yep. Like if I have music going, I do stream the Twitch, which is why I don't stream the YouTube a whole lot. The only reason I have been is because
You get money for views. That's literally the only reason I'm streaming to YouTube.
I wish I had a YouTube channel.
but there's some upsides to the Twitch side too. There's less latency, there's no slow mode.
People aren't as toxic.
Yep. Freaking, we can play. There's no copyright issues, so we can watch movies and shit too.
You could be a little bit more of a dick than you can on YouTube.
Not
Meow. I heard a cat.
TCL definitely doesn't look cute or fucking sexy.
What?
Wait, what?
Steel's new buddy character combines both cute and sexy.
You're just jealous.
Not jealous as shit.
What are you, racist towards bunnies?
Yep.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised he's already a racist elf.
Fuck elves.
See?
Hashtag don't be a bitch, follow me on Twitch. Kill the hornet.
I'm more worried about the fact that I'm being eaten right now.
Giggity.
You tried to eat me out. See, Giraffe, I got it. I can heal myself. I don't need you.
Okay. See how long that lasts.
It's lasted pretty much half the dungeon so far.
I got
halfway through the dungeon, but this is the first boss.
Don't worry about it.
They came, Starburst came out with a pink pack of Starburst.
Where have you been? No, that's been out from like ever.
He keeps eating me.
Candy that one.
Why does he keep eating me? I feel disrespected.
Hey, right. Oh yeah, Bryn, you're in line. You can post links in chat like every once in a while. Post the Twitch link.
Oh, don't eat me.
I cannot see Kerr's character at all.
Why not?
Your character was like completely invisible for a while.
Well, no, that's because I got eaten.
Giggity.
Yes.
That was some vor hentai shit.
Rin, you can just go to CL's Twitch side, copy her URL, and just post it in
Hold
there.
on a second. I'll just post it again. There's the URL. Just copy and paste it.
Forward and back, and then go forward and back, then go 1 foot forward.
It literally sounds like a serial killer
Rapid,
song.
have you gotten to the dungeon with Titania?
Nope.
Titania.
Titania.
Whatever. Dude, the dungeon to that has a weirder song.
Really?
Yeah. Like the theme song to that dungeon is weird.
Fucking beard's weird.
I finally got my white mage to 72 so I can continue the main story quest.
That's why I didn't switch out.
I know, it was a mistake for me to start Shadowbringers with red mage. I should have just stuck to white mage.
Alright, later, Caden.
I mean, I felt like I needed to because they're like all like, oh, light bad. So it's like you need to be like darkness. You're the warrior of darkness. Rawr. Edgy. But it just didn't feel right for me to not be a white mage.
I don't like the way you said white.
I don't like the way you said white.
I can't help you, Raikou. You're on your own, buddy.
Who got hit? Oh, that was Gur. He can heal himself.
Yep, I'm not worried about it.
Help me! Somebody help me, please!
Somebody help me! Help me, please!
They need to bring that show back.
Uh-huh.
I said, do we have a problem?
Good movie.
It is.
It's a good movie.
Hey, Yahuza.
Man, I got these cheeseburgers, man. I don't want to be cheeseburgers. Please, man. I'll suck your dick. Ew.
Dad, do we have a problem? Me and Bruce just watched that the other night.
Great movie.
Remember a Scary Movie with the Wayans brothers?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking the clown, and he's like, "It's time for you to play with Uncle Freddy." His fucking penis extends around the neck of the and pulls him underneath.
Disgusting, dude. But won't let me move. Son of a bitch.
Kennedy said hi, Gur.
Hi.
Hi, appreciate it, Siren. Hi, okay, bye.
A bridge, Goku has gone live.
Yeet.
Oh, yeah, it's 10 o'clock.
What is he playing?
Five Nights at Freddy's, or Five Nights at Freddy's Pizza Delivery or something like that.
Okay, so people in my chat, how would you feel about me playing fucking Resident Evil 7 as Stewie?
I think everybody wants you to play Xenoverse over as Stewie.
Oh my god.
Oof.
I think Xenoverse as Stewie would be fucking
Okay,
awesome.
CL, don't fight it yet.
If I can make Stewie as a player character, dude, I would totally do that.
And nicotine addiction is.
Not even that, you're gonna have
I
Stewie
haven't
as
hurried up. I
Zeno.
need to go to the fridge for more cigarettes.
Have Stewie as Zeno, like commentating the whole story as Xenoverse.
Yeah, and I wasn't asked to voice Ed. I don't know how to audition for that. Nothing. Yeah, Death Battle's doing Aang versus Everett Elric, and I wasn't asked. No one mentioned it to me. I didn't even know it was happening. I would have totally auditioned.
Okay, go for it.
Who's gonna win?
Ed.
You think so?
Reason why? Anything Aang throws at him, Ed can just turn it against it.
fighting?
Aang versus Elric. The last Airbender.
I've never seen that.
Pretty sure Ed's gonna win that fight.
Yeah, like I said, anything that Aang throws at him, Ed can just, you know, transmute it and turn it to something else.
Hey, Jordan.
Like, Ed has the possibility to do.
Can he transmit shit on the fly though?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's his whole shtick. That he can, you know, change shit at any time. Don't sleep on Ed.
I mean, I know he's powerful. I mean, 'cause I've seen Full Metal Alchemist and Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, but I've never seen Airbenders, so
Yeah.
I don't know what they can do.
He has the power of all Earth, the wind, fire, water.
Doc says
air.
Xenoverse new fighters. Fighters didn't get as many good views though. Xenoverse caught her.
The only way you get good views as fighters if you're actually a
That's how it is though. Like typically when it's very extremely clear that one character should beat the ever living hell out of the other, the one who's the one that you wouldn't expect to win is going to win.
Okay, here's the thing. Can you transmute fire?
Yes,
How?
Kill that green one.
by taking away the spark, or you know taking the vapors within whatever fueled it and turning it into something else. Just straight up evaporate it.
Ow!
Graffiti, how'd you die?
Because y'all didn't kill the green fucking thing.
But how is he gonna?
That was the bard that died.
How is he gonna transmute air though?
Take the elements that are within it. Like for example, fucking nitrogen in the air, super freeze it. There you go, liquid nitrogen.
Die another DPS.
And then liquid nitrogen and that freezes people. There you go.
Favorite Netflix series? I don't watch Netflix. Only because I can't get into my freaking Netflix account.
We'd really appreciate it, Dylan.
I can tell
Though he.
I was gonna say I can tell Gur's gotten a lot better at this game.
That's with anything experience. But just because Ed never did these things in the show, he still has the ability to do so. Because his ability is, transmutation without a circle. So, like, the shit that Mustang does with his snaps and stuff, Ed can do that too if he wants. But he just doesn't.
But Aang also has the ability to take away people's abilities.
It's not, well, Ed's thing isn't an ability. It's just science. It's not a power.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not a power. It's just science.
But he also put the the Fire Nation leader into a coma. So he has the power to put somebody into a coma. So all he has to do is be able to touch Ed and put him into a coma.
I mean,
All Ed has to do is just touch him.
boil his blood. Like, dude, you're done. That's literally all Ed would have to do.
Yeah, if he was willing to kill, which is what Death Battle's all about.
Yeah, all Ed would have to do is fucking touch it, and he's done.
You wouldn't even need to touch him. He just need to touch something that the other person is touching.
Yeah, people sleep on Ed. Ed is one of the most powerful characters.
The only thing holding Ed back is that he's not willing to kill people for no reason.
Yeah, he's not, like, in terms of, like,
That's all off the table.
like, Ed's pretty fucking fast for his, in his universe, he's one of the fastest people there. So, like, he's got speed. Strength, I think he may be a little bit lacking, but he makes up for that in versatility.
But can he fly?
Yes.
Kind of. I mean, he can propel himself.
Yeah, in theory, he could fly, yeah.
I've never even heard of Hollow Knight.
Just because he didn't do it in the anime doesn't mean he's not capable of it, because as long as he has, a source material to work with, he can do pretty much anything. Like as an example, he could like make the air around him super dense helium, and then he could fly from that. So there you go. Yeah, you could fly if you wanted to.
Heals in your chat. He said, "Hey, black man."
Ah, shit,
That's racist.
I healed Gur.
I didn't need it. It was fine.
I know. I've literally haven't healed you this entire time.
I know. I'm fine. I'm taking care of myself. I don't need you. You were talking shit, so I took care of it myself.
Gur, you should be scared. Heals
Just wait until you need a benediction.
Wait, what?
You should be scared. Heals Xing you if you want to go to fire.
No. What'd you say, Rafferty?
I said just wait until you need a benediction.
It's fine. I've been fine so far.
That's why I said earlier when I was like, wow, Gur. Okay, I was like, I haven't needed it this entire time yet. Even all that other DPS, it's like, holy shit.
Well, no, untrue. It doesn't need 2 arms to be able to transmute. He only needs 1.
What are you, a jester now, Gur?
Yep. I'm adorable AF.
I got it. Just see this. Ah, damn it.
When are we going, Heal? Tomorrow I'm down, sure. I assume he's asking me to go to a bonfire with him. I'm down. Oh, fuck.
Oh, you guys are going on a date.
I mean, truth be told, frickin' Heal is me and Brandy's boyfriend. Like, legit. Pretty much. Pretty much.
He says no in 20 minutes.
I'm gonna tell Lily.
I'm sure she'd be down. Have a little orgy.
He said 20. He said 20 minutes.
What the fuck? All right. I don't know what the hell killed me, but all right.
So, Gur, can you raise yourself?
Nigga, fuck off.
I thought you didn't need no white mage.
Well, no, it's not that I'm super biased. Like, it's think about it. Like anything that Aang has, Ed can counter. Like all the air bending and fire bending, water bending, metal bending, all that shit. Ed can counter all of it. So like, what is Aang gonna do?
Use energy.
Nigga, I was in the process of healing myself. Go fuck yourself with your fucking AoEs, you piece of shit. I was in the middle of healing myself to get back up to health. God damn it.
Heal said 20 minutes.
Alright, well. But yeah, like for real. Airbending, Ed can counter that. Just rearrange the the molecules in the air. Firebending, you can counter that. Remove the fuel. Water bending, remove the hydrogen from it. It's no longer water. Metal bending, remove the minerals and the elements of it. It's no longer metal. Stone, remove the minerals and shit from the. You get what I mean? Like, he can counter everything that he has.
There you go, Gur, have a raise. You're welcome.
I understand he's never done that in the manga or the anime, but it's not beyond his realm of possibility and ability. He has the ability to do these things.
Yeah, but that's the thing. He has to have done it in the anime.
Which is a bullshit rule, because he'd be easily capable of doing so, is my point.
But if you go by that logic, Aang also had the ability to completely erupt a full volcano with a touch.
Like,
but yeah,
Ed's thing is adaptability and versatility. That's what he's all about. So, like, within a fight situation with Aang like that, he would adapt and do what he needs to do to fucking win, which would be countering all his shit.
You need to just fuck off with these AoEs, boss.
Right! I know! That's my issue too! For fuck's sake, stop! You prick! Oh my god, stop! And what's fucked up is all these are like almost instant death. Okay, fuck off entirely with that shit! Fuck you! Oh! That AoE, I was like right up next to him and he going fuck this guy. Such a piece of shit. I survived it, but for fuck's sake, calm the hell down.
Is Gert down?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
So what were you saying about not eating a white mage, Gert?
Tell this guy to fuck off with his AoEs, draft. That's my issue right now. Just he needs to fuck off.
I know. Needed to get over the way of that AoE.
Damn, Gert got hit by AoE again.
Right! It keeps happening! Leave me alone!
We're all getting hit by aliens because this guy's an asshole.
I can't even sit here and cast because I'm constantly dodging AoEs.
And not only that, but it's like both of our DPS are like always on the other side of the arena for me whenever I need to cure them. So it's like I need to go run around.
Oh, fuck off! God damn it! This fucking AoEs that cover the entire screen is a little fucking sliver that's just too far out of my reach. Go fuck off. This is bullshit. Fuck that boss, man. Fuck that boss.
What were you saying about being an independent kitty not needing a white mage?
Until that happened, I was fine by myself. I didn't need your help until that point.
Well, welcome to 14, where bosses are assholes like that.
Like that dude just spammed nothing but AoEs. Like, oh my god, stop.
Welcome to high-level content.
It's bullshit, is what it is.
They get worse.
God damn. Calm the fuck down.
I think I need to mend.
Yeah, same.
Alright, I will be right back. I gotta go do a little bit of laundry.
What?
What? You cut out.
I need to go do a... Fuck you. I need to go do a little bit of laundry, and that's not my internet sucking, that's my computer sucking. There's a difference. I will be right back.
You going with Eel?
Yep, well, I'm gonna do a little bit of laundry real quick. I need to throw a load in there. Well, I know that.
Oh.
When I get home, the laundry will be ready to put in the dryer.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
complete. Synthesizer.
It's a beautiful evening here as we get ready to start the race. The drivers are at the line and it looks like we're almost set. Racers, start your engines. Go! This driver is out for blood. Out of the flames comes the mystery driver. I don't know how he survived that horrible crash, or where he's going to next, but I can't help thinking there's something strangely familiar about that car.
Have you ever thought of our place in the stars? How lucky we are. Have you ever thought of the sheer probability that you were born, that I exist, that we can even question this? How amazing it is that we are alive on this tiny little rocket where we all reside. There's a million, billion, trillion stars up in the sky, but here we are. So please join me, baby. You will see we can be happy on this side journey. Now let me tell you how. Trust me together. Take it from me, oh yeah.
Okay, back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, Kurt.
Was good.
I can never figure out how do you delete a message on Twitch chat.
I don't know.
Why can't we have that hairstyle for all the other classes? Why is it gonna be specifically the freaking bunny race?
Is it racist?
I like this hairstyle.
Interesting. I didn't know there was specific hair. Blah blah blah. I can't talk. Booze has numbed my lips.
Well, not necessarily, Kenan, because Aang can't make air where there is no air. In space, there is no air. So
Kinda, Caden, I guess?
Well, what is air? I mean, it's particles, right? And
Like,
even in space, there's particles. Like, space isn't a true vacuum.
true, but at the same time, it'd be so spread out and thin that it'd be damn near impossible to be able to breathe like that.
Gather it all together, yeah.
So, Gur,
Mhm.
me and Mom are getting along much better now.
Good.
Yeah.
That's
She-
good.
Yeah, she let me some of her, you know how she gets food stamps?
Mhm.
Yeah, she let me some of her food stamps today because I'm kind of low on money right now.
Yeah.
I didn't
I told her, like, if anything comes from this, like, I told her if anything comes from me leaving, you better fix your frickin' relationship with your daughter. And she said, all right, I will. And I'm glad she's been trying to.
We're talking a little more.
Good. All I wanted from you two while I was there, like, for fuck's sake, get along. I hated the.
She's starting to get tired of Jay and Jerry though.
Good. They need to go.
That's good. If there's anybody in your life that your mother,
Yeah.
I mean, nobody loves you like your.
In most cases, yeah.
But like, I guess they bitched today because I'm not doing their dishes downstairs. Like,
You shouldn't have to, motherfucker.
Mom told them that.
Yeah.
She's like, this ain't coming from her. It's coming from me. Like, she cleans up after her dishes. It shouldn't be her job to do yours.
Yeah. That's how I feel about like when my sister doesn't typically stay here. She stays at her boyfriend's house like 90% of the time, but every fucking time she comes here, she leaves a big ass mess, and then leaves, and doesn't come back for weeks. So I'm stuck cleaning it up. Sucks.
I'm so glad I live on my own. And I don't have to clean up after anyone but my...
Yeah, I'm not sure if Lily wants to stay in Santa Fe, if she's coming here, but we need to figure something out, because I start on Tuesday, get a laptop, get a car, and I'm gone. So, she needs to figure out what she wants to do.
Because it takes a minute to change, Divine.
Yeah, I am not staying in this house. Fuck that.
You're gonna get your own place?
Mm-mm. Damn straight. Even if it is 20 minutes away where I'm closer to Heal or something, I don't mind driving if I have a car. Because, like, right now, I'm 3 miles away from work, which is biking distance, so.
Seriously, I need to get the fuck out of this house.
Yep.
Nice that you got hired, though. Congrats, man.
Yep. I'm gonna be making 2K a month.
I was worried there for a minute.
Maybe, honestly, I was too for how long it took them to fucking hire me. Because, like, they originally said I was supposed to start on the 10th of last month. Figure that shit out. Yeah, I was supposed to start on the 10th of last month. That's the initial date that they told me. And
If worst came to worst,
Were they waiting for that recommendation, or what?
maybe it might have been that. It very well could have been.
Come live with you, Giraffe.
What?
Where are you at anyway?
Worse, he was gonna come live with you.
Where are you at anyway, Giraffe?
Where am I at?
Yeah,
Like, where do I live?
yeah. Not specific address and shit. Oh, North Dakota? Huh. Yeah. My sister used to live there.
Yeah, you're gonna...
Alright, shush, I'm in cutscene right now.
Okay.
Oh, we're done doing freaking dungeons?
Yeah, we did the 2 main ones we needed to do.
Alright, well, I'm switching back to Gunbreaker then, because fuck you.
I don't need you anymore, so...
Damn.
Damn.
Right, I feel disrespected.
You have some awesome cutscenes to go through anyways, so...
Well, Heal should be here any minute now, so I can't really get into it.
Ooh, that's sad.
Yeah.
You have some awesome shit coming up. He's just about to get into Shadowbringers, Hill.
No,
Or not Shadowbringers, Stormblood. I always mix those two up.
Let me go charge my phone. Do that. Be right back for a sec.
Do not trust this guy whatsoever.
Well, hold on, let me see. Do I have a charger? No, I don't have a charger. I thought I did, but I guess not. Alright. Let me go charge my phone.
Hey, Katie Boo. Yeah, likewise. Now that Shadowbringers come out, it's like, I can't get over this game.
Story is so good.
Yeah,
The
Shadowbringers
music.
story is really good.
Oh. But I mean, it's Square Enix. What do we expect?
Do you play this, Katie, or no? Or do you watch other people play it?
Am I getting a new gear set? Ooh.
Yep, that sounds like a CL thing to I don't know, but if he crosses us, I'll make him wish he hadn't. Oh, you play it with your fam? Nice! How you enjoying the Shadowbringers content so far, Katie? What is my favorite game? I'd have to go with Final Fantasy VII. Oh, nice though, Cassette. Yeah, you'll love it.
Okay, back. Again.
What, did you fucking run?
What?
You sound like you're out of breath.
What? No, I'm good.
Y'all hype for the Final Fantasy XIV live action show?
Kind of. I don't know if they'll do it right though.
We'll see.
I'm always skeptical with how, you know, Hollywood and shit does that kind of stuff. They usually fail pretty hard.
Fine. Everything's fine.
Well, I mean, if they upped like the graphics a little bit from the game itself, and give us a good story, I think it'd be well done.
Well, once again, it's going to be based upon the MMO, so.
Yeah, it's live action.
Live action.
Right.
We're actual people playing the characters.
Right.
It's not going to be following the main story. It's going to be like, I don't know, like side quests from other adventures.
Yeah,
I thought it
I'm
was.
not sure how I feel about it.
I thought it was gonna be the main story, from what I was reading.
It isn't.
Oh, likewise, Katie. March needs to come sooner for that one.
For what?
Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Hmm.
Do I have a favorite anime? Not really.
Fairy Tail. Brotherhood.
I mean, think of how many video games and like
Yu Yu
anime
Hakusho. Persona 4.
before, and they failed
Daphne, I'm coming close to meeting up with Ashtola.
Oh.
They're sending us to the city where she's at.
My bae. No offense, sorry. You're my bae, Seal.
I can't be mad with this Ishtola. Ishtola is sexy.
In fucking Dragon Age Inquisition, her voice actress Robin something plays a lesbian elf.
What?
In Dragon Age Inquisition, Ystola's voice actress Robin something, I forget what her last name is. She plays a lesbian elf in Dragon Age by the name of Sarah.
Oh, so you're ahead of me then, Katie.
Oh yeah, earlier, Gur had a earful of how much I hate you. Seal.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh god.
She's been kind of insignificant lately, so I forgot she was even a part of the team for a while, to be honest with you.
Guys, I'm still in cutscene, yo.
It's too bad she didn't stay insignificant. Sorry.
I'm sad that there's no more new Gunblades. Ah.
I heard about the new Avengers game coming out. I mean, yeah, I watched E3.
Scott Anus.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
Yeah, Robin Addison. That's her. Addison.
Later, God King.
Yeah. She plays Sarah in Dragon Age Inquisition.
Okay, y'all free to talk for the time being.
And Sarah's fucking hilarious too in that game. I need to move my shit down a little. Can I? No, I can't.
Oh wait, that's another.
We go forward and back.
I get my next AoE at level 62. 61 at the moment.
Can I friend people on? Yeah, you can friend people, but I don't friend random people. That's what you're asking.
Damn it, Heel, where are you? Motherfucker said 20 minutes. I'll be there in 20 minutes. 20 minutes ago.
Well, white people 20 minutes really means 40 minutes.
Apparently. I want to start up another quest, but by the time I do, he's probably going to be here by now. Fucking prick.
You should text him like, "Where the fuck are you?"
New headpiece.
All right. Well, Giraffe, are you streaming?
Imagine leaving us, Skur. Imagine.
Are you streaming, Giraffe?
Yep.
People on my Twitch side, we're gonna raid Giraffity.
Imagine leaving your friends to go to a bonfire.
Right. With another friend.
Yeah, but there's more friends here.
Alright, your Twitch is Giraffity, right?
Yep. I mean, if I could go to a bonfire and be all like, fuck you, no offense, guys, but...
Can we get a hashtag, we're gonna do a hashtag anus raid?
Not even a forward and back? Come on.
Okay, yeah, hashtag forward and back. In Giraffity's chat.
So Giraffity, when that new mount we got, when it flies,
Yeah.
I want that mount that just passed me by. The ribbons and stuff that come off its legs.
Yeah.
They extend.
Ooh.
Kind of pretty.
Alright, there we go.
It depends on the dungeon, Katie. Like the new ones are some of them. The raid was really freaking hard. Like the first raid we did.
I found those dungeons pretty easy.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you for the whole Skur.
Yep. Those of you on the Twitch side, we're head over to Giraffity's because I'm going to a bonfire with you. So, yeah.
He's leaving you guys because he doesn't love you.